gutter. This is going to clog up the water as it's trying to get out of here once the rain starts falling again. And that will cause some major flooding issues if the rain is fast enough and strong enough and heavy enough that it's going to cause issues and it's going to create some flooding on some of these streets. Now, this area of downtown Wilmington is
All right, so we lost Chad Silber there.
Yeah, the signal locked up a little bit, but basically what he's saying is it's still not safe. And that's true. We've been talking about that in the weather department all day long, news department. You cannot get back out there just yet because we're not finished. Much more rain, especially on the western side of this as it pulls in a lot of that moisture from the ocean. Wilmington, everybody else has a lot more ahead of them.
And now we know that Hurricane Florence is deadly. It has been confirmed by the Wilmington Police Department that a mother and her infant died in this storm when a tree fell on their home. The father was also home at the time. He's now recovering at the hospital. But again, this storm has turned deadly. A mother and her young baby died when a tree fell on her home. We'll have more on that. Right now, we want to check in with Hannah Brewer, who's in downtown Wilmington, just a few miles away from Chad's live location. And you're in front of what looks like a flood zone.
Yeah, we're right here in front of, this is downtown Wilmington, the Riverwalk, and I don't know if you can see this right here. We've got something like an ATV type vehicle that is plowing through these flood waters. Wouldn't recommend that, honestly. Not a great idea, but you know, folks are going to do what they want to do. Like Chad was saying earlier, we've seen a lot of people out and about walking, driving their cars, and we just want to let folks know it's not safe. The storm is not past. It's not safe to be doing that. There are tree limbs that could fall at any moment. It's just not safe. And like I was saying, back to the floodwaters here, yesterday we were standing in this exact location doing live shots, and I said, this is going to flood. I've seen it before. I lived in Wilmington. I've seen it flood every single storm. And here we are. We've got feet of water, who knows how much water. And if we continue to see this rain, we know we're just going to see even more flooding. And like Chad was saying, when we've got drains that are stopped up, that doesn't help alleviate the flooding. So this could rise up even more. There's businesses on these streets, so who knows what kind of damage they're seeing at this point. And right now, we thought the wind had died down, but it is certainly not. We are still feeling very strong wind gusts. So we'll keep you updated on coastal conditions all evening long. Back to you guys in the studio.
There before, and I wanted to ask her if it's possible, has she seen anything like this before? And the other thing, if I'm not mistaken, behind her, that's Front Street.
Oh yeah.
And it was back behind that where the Cape Fear River is. I mean, I know that area very well. So Hannah, when you lived there, you covered hurricanes, but anything like this?
Yeah, so I covered Hurricane Matthew like 2 years ago, and this exact same thing happened. It's very typical for the Cape Fear River to kind of overflow with that storm surge. So we have seen this before. This is a very flood-prone area.
All right, thank you, Hannah. And social media, of course, has been just absolutely huge, of course, in helping us keep up with things, getting an idea of what's going on with the storm.
WFMI News 2's Maddie Gardner joins us from the Information Center. Maddie, using the hashtag StormTrack2 and Hurricane Florence, we are seeing some incredible videos.
Yes, Tracy, we're seeing some of the best content come from social media. We want to break it down for you here. One of our reporters, Eddie Randall, is heading toward Morehead City right now, and he tweeted out this video. Just take a look at this. He says this is Wayne County. Found this car almost underwater, almost seeing branches fall off the trees. I mean, you just take a look at that water completely flooded this area and rain still coming down. If we advance here, this woman, Michelle, has been posting videos from her friend in Belhaven. That's in Beaufort County, and the Pungo River there is flooded. Tim Buckley says that's likely because of a storm surge. And this video is pretty amazing too, just how much flood water is coming up to the first level of that window in that building. She posted another video once the sun came out this morning. You can really get a better idea of just how much water is on the North Carolina coast right now, coming up to the first step and then beyond, almost up to the front porch here. We're going to keep on going. This video is capturing the hearts of so many on social media right now. A woman and her child in Jacksonville had to be evacuated a second time after Hurricane Florence came through and did major damage to this building. This photo was captured by city employees, and You just look at it, you can feel that emotion as they finally found some shelter after Hurricane Florence. The city of New Bern, of course, we've been talking about this all day long. They've seen terrible flooding, a number of swift water rescues, and they're known for these bears, right? The mascot of the city of New Bern. Well, one of these bear statues, they said this was bolted down in front of a sponsoring business. It is now floating in the middle of the street. That just shows you how powerful Hurricane Florence was this morning when it came through there. Of course, we want to give a shout out to the Coast Guard right now. They are doing search and rescue in helicopters high above the East Coast right now, making sure everyone is safe and making sure they can recover anyone who needs help. And then this picture really takes your breath away, right? NOAA posted this. It's a satellite image of Hurricane Florence as that eye wall came through. Can you see this tiny red dot? That is Wilmington. That shows you how large this storm is, guys, and why we are feeling the effects of it all the way in the Triad right now. Goodness gracious. Corey tweeted this photo out. Neighborhoods by the river in New Bern flooding above record levels. According to the locals, you can see just how high up this water is. Again, flooding is going to be a problem for a number of days. We are going to continue to see more videos like that. Down trees in Wilmington, several power lines down. Duke Energy saying that more than 3 million customers are going to be without power because of this storm. And this is one of the reasons why. These down trees are taking down power lines, and they said, you know what, guys, don't go near them. Don't go near down power lines, especially if they're in water, because the electrical current travels through that water and you can put yourself in danger. Of course, those crews are going to get out there and start trying to recover and restore that power as soon as possible when it's safe to do so. We're seeing video right now of Highway 70 West in Morehead City. Guys, this is a highway and it is flooded right now. More flooding to come for sure in this area in Morehead City. But goodness, Florence brought a lot of water with her, and it's going to stick around for quite some time. The South Carolina National Guard is showing us pre-staged transportation equipment. They're ready to roll out in response to Hurricane Florence, and they're urging all citizens to heed advisories and stay off the roads. That is a big thing. You never want to drive through water, even if it is just a few inches. Turn around, don't drown. We know we say it all the time, but this is really important to remember, especially as we expect more rain in the Triad in the coming days. Even a few inches of water can cause a lot of damage to your car. Another video from New Bern underwater as Hurricane Florence pours off the coast. Take a look at this, guys. I mean, again, the video speaks for itself. These pictures speak for themselves. And we are so glad we are getting this content from you guys. We want to encourage you to keep using the hashtag StormTrack2. That's how we're able to gather all of this content here in the Information Center and bring it to you. You guys are our eyes and our ears on the ground. And we are certainly getting a lot of great visuals here. It really gives us a better idea of what's going on the East Coast.
Amazing imagery that we've been getting all day long. It's incredible, and it seems like every video that we see, the water looks higher than the last.
Of course, New Bern was one of the areas hardest hit, so we sent WFMY News 2's Adure Achumba there. She's continuing our storm coverage in New Bern. Adure, what are you seeing?
Guys, the rain is coming down very, very hard. It's really windy. We are on News Cliff Drive, which is in the James City neighborhood of New Bern, just off of Highway 70. And as you can see here behind me, down trees. That's a really large tree that has fallen down, and you can see that barrel there floating in that little, now it's a pond that wasn't there before, according to the neighbors here. Also, if you pan around here too, a couple more trees. I mean, all up and down this area, we've just been seeing several trees down. We saw some power lines down, also some neighbors coming out to survey the damage that they have seen. And looking on this side here, I'm just going to swing around here, is the Neuse River. What these neighbors here are facing, they live right off of this Neuse River there, and you can see how swollen the river is. I used to live just a couple blocks down this road off of Old Cherry Point Road here in New Bern, and I have never seen that river look like that. I didn't live here long enough to be here during a hurricane, but this is scary, and this, when the intensity of this hurricane keeps coming through, as our meteorologists have been describing, that is what these neighbors face. And I have one of them here, Tyler Reynolds. She's here. They rode this storm out. Tyler, tell me, what's going through your mind as you try to experience this?
I think I can speak on behalf of all of Eastern North Carolina. Last night, with no power, it being completely dark, rising water, increasing wind speeds, it was a very scary night for everyone last night. This wind right here that you guys are feeling now is nothing compared to on the back side of this house right here. I mean, last night you could feel like the windows, the doors, everything buckling, and where it's buckling, water is just rushing in. So.
And you all decided to ride this one out.
We did.
Do you think that was a good choice to make, considering?
Well, my husband and I actually live in Emerald Isle, so we evacuated the island to come stay here with my mom and my sister. So, do we regret it? No. But next time we probably wouldn't do this again.
Yeah, because this is very scary just looking at that, and if more is
down from what it was. Yeah, it was actually probably about 10 feet higher this morning, first thing. So.
All right, guys, and again, the rain is continuing to come down. It's super windy. It's really pounding. It feels like little pellets on my face, and it's just a lot of it coming down. So we're going to just keep going around the neighborhood and just kind of like surveying the damage that they have seen here. This is a lot of wind, we also saw the mall was flooded. Lots of cars trying to park on the highway where there's a little slope so that their cars are not submerged. And we also did see a couple of large trees that were down on the Craven Community College campus. So really the story here is lots of wind, lots of rain, and lots of trees and power lines down as well.
I cannot believe that they are still feeling the impacts of this mega storm. We were, talking about New Bern and the fact that they had to do emergency rescues throughout the Good Morning Show. That was 12 hours ago, and they started feeling this last night. So now they're about 24 to 36 hours into this storm.
And think about this, that part of the world too, in North Carolina, Carteret County, Craven County, Pamlico, they were all having tornado warnings today too, on and off during the day. That type of a situation is going to spread across eastern North Carolina. Where you're worried enough about the swelling of the rivers and flooding. Now you have tornado warnings on top of that. And by the way, there's a delay from the time you get the rain till the flooding happens. So that river will continue to grow even after the rain stops for a little while.
Now that's scary. You mentioned eastern North Carolina. Let's go to Lumberton now, where WFMY News 2's Erica Stapleton is driving to that area, which we know was really hit hard 2 years ago by Hurricane Matthew, and now it looks like they're getting it again.
Hey guys, we are on our way to Lumberton right now, and since we left Greensboro, it's honestly gotten a lot worse just driving south. We're probably just south of Sanford at this point in time. We just drove through that area, and the rain is coming down. It's been very windy. We've been a little wobbly as we're making our way to Lumberton, and as many of you may recall, Lumberton is an area that's very prone to flooding. They flooded really badly during Hurricane Matthew in 2016, and they had lasting effects from that. I mean, just even probably at this point in time, there were still homes that were being repaired because of Hurricane Matthew, and now they have to deal with the threat of flooding again from Hurricane Florence. Now, the reason that it's so prone to flooding is that the Lumber River kind of goes right through the town down that way, and it's been problematic before. It's tending to rise, and that's where a lot of that flood water is going to be coming from. At this point in time, we tried to check before we made our way down here, but we couldn't really tell what the river level was. I think the flooding concern is going to continue to see more rain in that area, but as of right now, there's no telling when or what we might see when we get down there. We're probably just more than an hour away, so we're working our way down, trying to be safe. But I know Governor Cooper, when he was talking earlier today, he said that 95, the interstate, and south of it is an area of big concern, and that's kind of the area we're going right to. And if you remember, when Hurricane Matthew hit, there was issues with 95 getting flooded over, and that shut down. We're going to slow down a little bit. There is a red light. We're going to obey all traffic laws as we continue to make our way down here. And speaking of driving too, we haven't hit any floods per se yet, but there is heavy rain coming down, and as we get further south, I know we're going to see more of that, and that of course could be an issue as we're driving along too. So we're going to heed our own warnings that we've been giving, standing, not driving through it. You don't know what could be in that water. There could be debris. There could be downed power lines. You don't know if those lines are live yet. So it's just a really good rule of thumb to not go into any water unless there's an absolute life or death situation and you need to evacuate your home or anything like that. That's for cars. That's for just walking around. But again, we're continuing south now. We are going on this road. We're on 87 South, going again just south of Sanford right now. It says our GPS, we're about 26 miles continuing down this road. And just some other things, if you are out
So bear with us, obviously, when we have weather like this and we're dealing with live shots, we're going to have some technical issues here and there. I can tell you that from where Erica is right now, in about the next 30 to 40 minutes is when she should encounter flooding along the roads as well. So she'll have to slow it down a little bit, but that's she's entering into a bad section right now.
Of course, we put our station employees' safety first.
Absolutely.
So there will be no opportunities for Erica to get in trouble. So don't worry about that.
Yep, she'll take it easy.
Absolutely.
Down there. Also, so let's go back to Wilmington now, because our Chad Silber has been there throughout the brunt of this. He's gone through the eye of the storm, the absolute worst section of the storm, and then now he's on the other side of that, but it's far from over, Chad.
Yeah, speaking of technical difficulties, right? I mean, try to operate one of these very expensive cameras in wind gusts that are hurricane strength potentially. So yeah, we're dealing with a lot of issues and a lot of uncertainty still, because the wind and the rain is just so unexpected. You know, you get a huge gust of wind, it comes with a bunch of rain. 1 minute later, no rain, no wind, and you just kind of hang out wondering if maybe you're in the clear for a while. And then it comes right back again. It's something that we saw all morning long. And I do want to echo the woman who Adore just interviewed in New Bern. I do want to agree with what she said with regards to last night. Last night was scary. You know, we got off the air at 11:30 last night, and we were told, hey, listen, the storm is coming your way. We're going to need you to be on the Good Morning Show, because we're going to need you to show us the sights and the sounds as this storm pushes on to land. So for 4 hours, I laid there in bed, hearing the windows rattle, feeling the walls shake, and hearing things blowing around outside, not certain if we were going to continue to be safe where we were. And it's not just us. Think about all the people in the neighborhood who decided that they wanted to stay there. That was a real situation. I couldn't sleep one wink. And then we were up at 4:15, on air at 5, and then the next 4 hours was pretty incredible. Definitely the most surreal moment that I've ever had reporting on natural disasters, if you will. The most powerful wind we have ever seen. And if you were following with us throughout the Good Morning Show, you saw how it just kept increasing. The wind kept increasing. The rain kept increasing. And right when we thought that it couldn't get any more powerful, a huge gust of wind would come and knocked out power to the entire neighborhood. I mean, it is unbelievable, the wrath of Mother Nature, if you give her the opportunity to do it. I mean, it was just crazy. And I'd really like to bring in both of you guys, because I really want to know what it looked like from your perspective. You know, obviously we were there, we were in it, we were experiencing it, but you got to come along on that ride with us. You got to see the winds increase. You got to see the rain and some of the damage as it was increasing. What was that like for you guys to see that happen on your TV screen?
So I'll tell you, at least for me, watching that, there were times, and both of us have covered storms like this and hurricanes, and down there it's different when you're reporting and when you're in the studio. But all of us usually, you know, we're listening and making some notes and things, but when the gust of winds would hit Chad so strong, almost knock him over, or Luke or Hannah, all of us would stop and there'd be quiet in the studio, which doesn't happen a whole lot. And we would actually listen, because at that point we're like, wow, that's the real deal.
Right. We were watching transformers behind you exploding during the storm, and we were in shock, and we were worried about you, but also we had goosebumps, because we're like, oh my gosh, this is a Category 1 storm. What if it had been a Category 3 or 4 as it was first forecasted? So, I mean, it literally we were silent in here while we were watching you. One, praying for your safety, of course, but also two, saying, this is incredible.
Yeah, especially overnight when it was still, you know, darkness, starting at 5 a.m. when you really couldn't see anything. The only things you could see were what the street lights were illuminating, and they were illuminating lights and power lines, and they were entangled with each other, blowing so hard. You know, you remember the first half of the neighborhood, the power went out. Our house where we were staying was the first house where the power was still intact for at least another hour or so. And just looking up at the sky, and you see the rain, and you see green flashes illuminate in the sky. You don't know where it came from, but it was likely transformers exploding around the neighborhood. You'd hear a huge boom. There was a moment when we heard glass shatter, and it was a tree branch that had fallen onto somebody's car. And then you'd hear another loud explosion, and you'd see green or yellow in the sky because a transformer blew in a different part. And then a tree fell on a house, on the house next to ours. It was just incredible to be a part of that. And then when the sun started coming out, obviously we couldn't see the sun, but it was lighting up the sky, and you could really start to see the huge trees, I guess, I'm not even sure what direction it was, but up the street a little bit, trying to protect us unknowingly from the winds that were really just coming down the street. I mean, to see those huge trees bend in 90-mile-per-hour winds was just unbelievable, because you didn't really know, were they going to break? Were they going to snap? When was this going to be over? It was just crazy that it lasted for so long. I don't even know how else to describe it. Afterwards, I was exhausted. I sat down and I just wanted to pass out. I mean, Ryan, my photographer, and I, we just looked at each other. We're like, we just felt like we ran a marathon. And then we went and took a long nap because my body was, we were just exhausted, and we needed a break, guys.
Too. I mean, you're just filled with emotions when you're going through something like that, because you're so stressed out, but you have to kind of handle your fear and do your job, and it's difficult.
Yeah, Chad, you and Ryan deserved that break. I mean, not only were you reporting live for us, describing conditions by the minute, you were enduring this storm, taking a beating from the wind and trying to also communicate with us. So we certainly appreciate you keeping everyone safe. So don't feel bad about what you went through. We couldn't have done this broadcast without you guys. So thank you.
Excellent job. Incredible job, all of us talking about it. Yeah, good job.
All right, so Chad is in Wilmington, and sadly we learned that this storm had turned deadly when a woman and her baby were killed by a falling tree in Wilmington. Now we're hearing about a third death in Pender County. A woman died from a heart attack, and emergency crews could not get to her because of a downed tree. So here in the Triad, people are bracing for whatever Florence brings our way. Let's check in with WFMY News 2's Monica Garcia live in Greensboro. Monica, the winds are certainly picking up here and people are getting ready.
Yeah, gosh, just hearing and seeing those heartfelt images of downed trees and flooding in Wilmington right here in Greensboro, it truly is the calm before the storm. Calm skies right now, just a few gusts of wind picking up. But yes, you're talking about the bands on the north side of that hurricane coming our way that just may dump water on us. You can see there's not a lot of wind right now, but there are a few wind gusts every now and then. But you can just see just how close these very large trees are to the power lines. Now, I just got off the phone with a spokesperson from Duke Energy. She says they've been getting a lot of phone calls from people saying, hey, do we even have resources still in our area? And she goes, rest assured, we do. As a matter of fact, we know that a lot of the linemen have gone down to the coast. 400,000 people across the Carolinas without power. But I can tell you folks, right here in Guilford, they have 1,200 people just for us in this area. That's linemen and that's tree assessors. Now, these crews are experts in regular power lines that supply power to your house, but also those high voltage lines like you see right there. These are very important. Now, these supply power to whole regions, and if they go down, they can really cause some damage. So we know we've seen those linemen, those tree assessors. They are in 2 different staging areas across Guilford County. She also did say 300 of them, they're native. That means they know these streets, they know the back roads. So just know that when you're calling that customer service line, 1-800-POWER-ON, they have it, they've received your message, and they're coming out. Of course, they have to wait for the rain to pass through. But the good news is a lot of the folks, hundreds of them, are from here. So they're going to get to your house, but they're going to do it in the safest way as possible. So again, that telephone number is 1-800-POWER-ON. When you call, you only have to call once. They got the message, and they will be out here as soon as the rains pass. But yes, we are ready, and it is really heartfelt to see. It's calm out here. We know that. You're watching right now. You step outside your front door. You're probably thinking, well, what's to come? Obviously, heed the warning of meteorologists. It's calm now that you saw what was going on up there in Wilmington. And of course, we'll be bringing you updates as soon as we get those. Back to you guys.
for us right now. You guys are, and I mean you at home, are a pipeline for us with any information that you need through social media. We ask you to reach out to us on Facebook and Twitter and Instagram and all the platforms. Any questions that you have, we'll try to answer them. Taran and I can handle weather questions, we'll field those, and Tracy can deal with news questions. And we're getting a few in already, but I'm just asking you, go ahead, reach out right now. It's a direct connection with us. I mean, it's the best way to get answers.
And while people are typing, I'll go ahead and start telling you about an emergency shelter that is now set up in High Point. The American Red Cross has put that in place in anticipation of anything that Florence may bring, whether it's flooding or power outages. They are now giving you an option so you don't have to go to Greensboro or Winston-Salem now. There is one in High Point, and let me get you that address. It's all on our website, WFNYnews2.com, but it is on East Chester Drive at Seventh-day Adventist Church in High Point. That will be on our website, WFNYnews2.com, if you want that. The one in Greensboro is at the Glenville Rec Center, and the one in Winston-Salem is at the Joel Coliseum.
A lot of people right now are asking me, at least, and maybe we can do this, Taran, by sections, because everybody asks about their individual cities, but I think if we handle it by sections in the Piedmont,
like
it makes
north
a little more
and south.
sense, right?
Okay.
Yeah, we can go ahead and show them the little outlook map right here, and we can kind of break down the flooding risk. Because as you mentioned, we've kind of been talking in-house, hey, the highest risk is to the south, a lower risk to the north. If we can pull up Max 2 if you get a chance, let's go ahead and walk right through this. And again, Eric, you can help me with this. For today, the risk is mainly down there near the coast. We've been watching the images where they have just been getting swamped with rainfall. And what you're looking at right here basically is the green area, that's a lower risk of flash flooding. The yellow area is a slight risk of flash flooding, and then it goes to moderate in red and high in purple. So red's bad and purple's really bad. And as we go through time, if anything, the forecast has gotten worse for the flash flooding threat, would you say, Eric?
Oh, absolutely. And this is tomorrow.
Yeah, this is for tomorrow.
This is Saturday.
So we're going to watch that rain really ramp up in intensity. And we're really, really concerned about folks essentially in the red area there down into the purple area for tomorrow. We can't say this enough. We cannot emphasize this enough. If you live in a flood-prone area, you need to just go ahead and make plans to stay with a friend that's in a better spot. And then on Sunday, we're going to transition that area a little bit more up towards the mountains where we could have landslides. We could have issues like that. With the rain totals that we're expecting, mudslides like that. 6 to 10 inches of rainfall on average, but some spots, especially in those purple areas, tomorrow and Sunday, could see more than that.
So let me say this, and we have not talked about this, you and I, yet. I was mentioning it to Tim earlier, but when I was looking at things a short time ago, I'm starting to change my philosophy about Sunday. I think Sunday could be worse than Saturday, or do you think it? Because I was looking at the amount of moisture that may be moving up from our southwest up the mountains, and all that has to run down anyway. But I think now we're going to get more rain Sunday than I thought.
Yeah, it looks that way. It's just one of those situations where it looks bad, and I want folks to really hear what I'm saying. We've been talking about this storm for days. You're probably getting tired of hearing about it, but you need to hear what I'm saying here. Take the flooding threat seriously. I know with tropical systems, we really talk a lot about the winds. Hey, this is a Category 2, this is a Category 1. Who cares what the category is of Florence at this point as far as our forecast is concerned? It does not matter, okay? It's going to give us the type of flooding that could cause big time problems
and loss of life.
And we don't say that lightly. We mean this when we say this, because we want to make sure that you, as our viewers, our friends, our neighbors, are taking care of yourself and taking care of your family. And if your family's kind of like mine, I have some stubborn people that don't want to do what they're supposed to do. But in this case, if you have friends or family that live in areas that flood from just thunderstorms, or even live in areas that may not have flooded in years, but if they look at the flooding map, they're in a floodplain, they need to go to a better place where the threat's not going to be as high. Here's our rain forecast. Again, keep in mind, these are just general numbers, okay? 4 to 6 inches to the north. That does not seem like a lot, but as you know, Eric, 1 inch of rain can cause flooding in some spots. We've seen that happen. 4 inches of rain can cause big time issues in some spots up there. But the issues may not be as widespread. The flooding problems might not be as widespread to the north. To the south, 6 to 10 inches. And when you look at Montgomery County, they're in that 10 to 15 inch range.
Wow.
That's serious.
That is serious flooding.
And I think too that because you'll get flash flood watches and warnings in the summertime, right? Just for regular thunderstorms, and that's why people get that sense of, oh, I see that all the time on the news. And what Taran is saying is exactly right. This is different.
This is different.
This is very, very different. I don't say that a lot. I'm not a sound the alarm kind of guy, but it's true this time.
Listen, I hope that people at home got the same feeling when you were talking and giving that warning that I did. I literally have hair standing up on my arms listening to your warning. I hope people are not being stubborn like the folks in our family.
Exactly.
Get help, get out while you can. All right, so we need to talk to Kevin Kennedy. I believe he is out live this morning, also surveying what is to be expected from Florence. So we'll see, where are you, Kevin? Tell us where you're at.
Yeah, we've been talking a lot about being prepared over the last 72 hours, and certainly I think a lot of people are focused on inside their home in regards to what to do inside their house. Non-perishable food items, batteries, flashlights, items like that. But you also need to kind of go outside your house and look around your property and understand that there's a lot of items that could be outside your house that could become dangerous. You see this playground area right now at a basketball hoop. The homeowner actually kind of tying this down right now, just kind of locking it down, just a little bit of extra insurance when the hurricane does hit. Dave, I'm going to have him walk over right now, and you can see Willie here, the homeowner. Look, he doesn't have enough room in his shed, so what he's doing is the smart thing. He's taking his items, he's pushing them under the deck as best he can, and then he's tying them down. The hope here obviously is to keep these items, these heavy kind of metal chairs right here, from flying around when the winds hit. Obviously, those chairs can become weapons, lifted up by 50 or 60 mile an hour winds. They hit the side of the house, or if they're lifted that high up, they could go through a window. So the key is to go around your house, kind of do a quick survey, identify what you have and what you need to lock down. We've got a small window here, maybe another 5, 6, 7, 8 hours to do this, but certainly don't wait that long. If you have an opportunity to do it now, go around your house, put stuff inside your home or in your garage. If you don't have room, do what Willie's doing right now, which is tie it down so these items don't become weapons and start flying around when the wind hits. We're live in Greensboro. I'm Kevin Kennedy, News 2.
So there we go. All right, thank you, Kevin. We've been following social media all day long, and of course, you guys probably have too. We're seeing lots of posts from you. That really gives us a good idea of what everybody is thinking about this storm. WFMY News 2's Maddie Gardner in the Information Center with more on this. And Maddie, everybody's speaking up.
They are, and if you have photos and videos to share, we want you to encourage you to use that hashtag StormTrack2. That's how we're able to gather all of this in our information center right now. I want to take a look at what our crews are seeing. They're spread out all across North Carolina right now. They are really giving us great updates. Sean Higgins, one of our photographers here, said only 15 minutes into this drive on 421 South, the rain has picked up. The roads have gotten slick. This is in the Triad, guys. He's saying stay inside, don't drive. There have been a few wind gusts strong enough to knock us off our course. If you have a high profile vehicle, you really want to be careful because this is a dangerous situation here. We just heard from Monica. She was talking about power crews and how they're working to restore power here in a Greensboro neighborhood. Right now in Guilford County, about 1,300 people are without power. In Forsyth County, about 1,500 people are without power. And you can see those crews are working hard to make sure everyone's lights are back on. Of course, this is going to be an issue in the coming days, guys. Just expect the power to go out and plan for that. Make sure you have enough food and enough water to get you through at least 3 days without power, and be patient as those crews are working really hard. Duke Energy has 20,000 crews out in North Carolina right now. Hannah Brewer, of course, in downtown Wilmington, as expected, seeing major flooding in the Cape Fear River. Just look at this. I mean, the water is coming well up onto the sidewalks here, covering the light post. You can see it's right up to the edge here of the sidewalk. And of course, that's an area that a lot of you are familiar with there on Front Street in Wilmington. We go on over to Luke Liddon, who is also in Wilmington, and he is seeing, sharing some video of when they were in the eye wall of Hurricane Florence and just how violent that storm was. Take a look here. This was on the front porch of their bed and breakfast near downtown Wilmington, and you can see how much the wind is shaking these power lines and these trees. Truly a powerful storm. And look right here. a tree falling down on a car. Now, if you are worried about your car being hit by debris in Greensboro or in the Triad, the city of Greensboro is opening up 4 parking decks for you this weekend. Green Street, Church Street, Belmead Street, and Davie Street parking decks all open and free on the weekend. If you're worried about that, if you're worried about debris hitting your car, or you're worried about it being in a floodplain, you can park it there for free. Just go before 9 o'clock tonight. We're going to go on over. This was my tweet earlier. I was in Martinsville, Virginia, guys, and right now the LA Fire Department is in Martinsville, Virginia. FEMA sent them on a 55-hour trip from LA all the way to the East Coast. They are stationed there with their Swiftwater Rescue Team, and they are stationed in Virginia in case Hurricane Florence makes its way back up north and they get hit with a lot of rain. So they are on standby right now. They say they're assigned to Virginia at the moment, but FEMA could really send them anywhere if it gets a lot of rain. They have a number of boats and 2 different crews there ready to respond if it gets hit pretty hard. We're going to keep on going. We heard from Erica Stapleton heading over to Lumberton. She's covering the impacts of Hurricane Florence and will keep us posted. I'm going to switch to our Storm Track 2 board right here and show you some more video that we have. The North Carolina Department of Emergency Services, if I can get this to come up for me, is tweeting out video from people who are coming down to North Carolina and to the East Coast to help out. And this video and picture just really takes your breath away. So this is from the New York City Emergency Management Team. They are in Riverbend right now. And can you see these 4 men carrying this man to safety? This is what's being done on our East Coast right now. This is how severe Florence was. People are having to be carried from their homes. Clearly, this man was on crutches and was unable to get through this quickly flooded street. So these men are working hard, coming down from up north to help out North Carolina right now. They also shared a video of some rescues happening in Riverbend. They have their boats out there. So this is what a Swiftwater Rescue Team does. They're able to go out in those floodwaters because they are dangerous. And even if it doesn't seem like they're moving fast, they are. So we want to warn you, if we see any of this in our area, don't try to go in it. It's really not worth it. Shelter in place if this happens, and make sure you're calling for help. We want to encourage you to keep using that hashtag StormTrack2. That is how we are able to see these photos and these videos and gather this content. You can also send them to myphotos@WFMY.com.
All right, Maddie, of course, we know that members of the Greensboro Swiftwater Rescue Team have been deployed to East to help out with the rescue effort here. There are still some members here in case we see trouble in Guilford County or any of our southern areas, which is expected near Montgomery County. So we might see some of that, and if we do, then of course we'll keep you posted here on air.
And everybody's ready, it sounds like. Quick note here, and you'll need to verify this because I'm just going off a comment on our Facebook page, but someone said that if you're in Asheboro, the First Baptist Church in Asheboro is working on a shelter that they're opening right now.
That is already open, yes.
Is that already open? And she was saying that everybody is welcome there, so that's great. Thank you, Nikki, for that comment.
That is great.
All right, another place that was hit pretty hard, that's the Morehead City and Atlantic Beach area. We have crews headed that way. WFMY News 2's Eddie Randall on the road to Morehead City. What's it look like where you are, Eddie?
Hey, you guys, you can see right now that we are at a stoplight. We're on Highway 24 East. We're headed towards Jacksonville. That's the way we're going to take to get to Morehead City. It has been quite the journey trying to get through this area. We've been traveling for about 3 hours now. But guys, we've been using the NC Roads app. That is the North Carolina Department of Transportation app. And it really shows us so much, and it's helping us. A photojournalist, Adam Vance, was driving earlier. He called it a godsend just because of how it's helped us. It shows us trees that are down. It shows us which roads are closed. It shows us if it's flooding. So, you know, that's really been helping us right now. Photojournalist and producer Jeremy Moore is driving. I'm in the back seat kind of just monitoring what's going on. You guys can see right up so much coming down. As we've been driving, we've seen a few trees almost into the highway. We've seen billboards blown off, farm equipment just scattered across fields, traffic lights out. And so that has been kind of an indication on whether we can find gas or not. That's what we were doing earlier. We were looking for a gas station. If we didn't see signs with lights on, or if we didn't see traffic lights, we knew that area just didn't have power, so we probably just needed to keep going. And it wasn't until we saw areas with traffic light signs and with lights on those signs on the side of the road that we knew that there was a gas station. So just to let you guys know, we did find gas. We were able to fuel up, but we've seen some crazy things as we've been driving. If you went to my Twitter at Eddie Randall, I tweeted a little video of a car that was flooded, and we've been tweeting videos all afternoon. Now, we also saw farm equipment down. We saw roofs coming off buildings. You know, the wind out here is very heavy. Now, we can't feel it as much until we get out and start taking those pictures. But, of course, you can see those pictures. We are using the hashtag StormTrack2, guys. But, of course, we're headed towards Jacksonville. Like I said, we've been driving for about 3 hours now. The trip to Morehead City should be about 4. But, of course, we're having to take different routes and different roads to get there because so many roads are actually closed because of this storm. So again, we're telling people, if you don't have to be on the roads, please get off. Like, we're just headed to give you guys the best information that we can give you. We'll get there as soon as possible, and we'll let you know what we see throughout our journey. Reporting live on Highway 24 East, Eddie Randall, News 2.
All right, you guys are doing a great job reporting for us. Excellent. Thank you so much. Continue to stay safe. I want to check in now with Taran Kirksey. I am still kind of shaken up with this warning. I'm used to you being the happy-go-lucky guy, and then you just kind of scared me, but
Yeah, you know, this is the type of situation, and like Tracy's saying, I'm probably one of the more laid-back dudes you're ever going to come across. But in situations like this, I really want you to have a sense of urgency. I don't want you to be scared, but I want you to take this seriously. And I've just seen over the years when you have a tropical system, folks tend to focus on the winds. Oh, okay, it's just a Category 1 hurricane now. Oh, it's just a tropical storm now. Don't focus on that around here. Our issue is not going to be the wind in the Piedmont. Our issue is going to be flooding, okay? And you have to take the threat of flooding seriously. I'm not saying that it's going to flood all across the entire area, but there are going to be some neighborhoods that will have to deal with flooding. Okay, there will be some neighborhoods likely underwater, especially the farther south you go as you get a little bit closer to that center of circulation. So here's the storm right now. Let's talk about it. There's that center near Wilmington. You see it spinning right there. Doesn't look quite as well organized as far as having an eye. The eye is starting to fill in. But sometimes when these things make landfall, they can expand in size a bit. And that's what we're seeing right now. And this right here is going to be the problem. This is what we call a feeder band. This is just pulling tropical moisture inland. You have really high rainfall rates in this. And this expands all the way around to the Raleigh area. So Wake County, they're under a flash flood warning through this evening. That will probably be extended until tomorrow, and it may be extended on into tomorrow night as we watch that rain continue to move on in. Folks that live down there in Randolph County, the rain is starting to pick up for you. Troy, the rain is starting to pick up for you. We've talked about how our concern is going to be the highest for the southern part of our viewing area, and that's because you all are going to see the rain first, and the rain is going to end there last in most cases, unless you live in the mountains. So we're going to deal with rain starting right now through at least all of tomorrow and a good chunk of Sunday before the rain starts to wind down for you all. As far as Alamance County is concerned, the rain essentially south of I-40. For Guilford County, the extreme southeastern corner of the county, dealing with the rain right now. As we put this into motion for you, you see the movement here. It's just kind of wrapping around. Essentially, once the rain really gets going in your area, it's not going to stop. It's just going to keep going over the same spots. That's why I'm concerned about the flooding. We're zooming in a little bit closer, just a few showers across Forsyth County. That's really it for now, but we have more rain on the way. So let's talk about what we're expecting as we go through time here. If you look at our Futurecast model, it's actually underdoing the expanse of the rain. And that's even more concerning to me. But you get the general idea. The center is going to slowly track to the west, northwest, and it's going to be close enough to us to give us just intense rainfall rates again, especially the farther south you go, the closer you get to that center of circulation. And it just keeps raining through Sunday, and we're going to keep seeing that chance of rain through Sunday night for some of us before we start to see it go away on Monday. As far as the rain totals, we're not going to see 20 and 30 inch rainfall totals. But as you know, 2 or 3 inches of rain can cause flooding. 4 to 6 to the north. Not everyone's going to see 4. Again, there will be some spots up that way that only see 2 or 3 at the most. But then on the flip side to the south, some of you folks in Montgomery County may see more than 10 inches of rain. The bottom line is this: you just need to be prepared. Here's a look at the outlook for the risk of flooding. Not a huge concern with flash flooding tonight. But again, if you live in Guilford County, Alamance County, Randolph County, and especially down into Montgomery County, you're going to be in an area we'll have to watch carefully for tonight. More of the area is under the gun tomorrow for the threat of flash flooding, especially these locations in purple. And then as we go into Sunday, Sunday could be the worst day of them all. As this system starts to kind of round the corner, so to speak, and begin to turn more to the north, it's going to continue to try to pull moisture in from the Atlantic. And we could see big time rain totals, not only for folks in the Triad on down towards Montgomery County, but we're going to start to see some of the interaction with this tropical moisture in the mountains. And you know how that can be. That could really squeeze a lot of the moisture out, and we could see extremely high rainfall rates for you all on Sunday. The bottom line is this, and I'm going to say this until I'm blue in the face: stay away from flood prone areas. If you live in an area that floods often with just a thunderstorm, you definitely don't need to be there. If you're not sure if you live in a floodplain, get on the internet, Google it, figure it out. If you do live in a floodplain, you got to stay somewhere else the next couple of days. Hopefully it won't be that bad. No harm, no foul. But you don't want to stay there if you're going to have big time issues. Don't drive through flooded roads. We say that all the time. Don't do it. And make sure you stay aware of the forecast updates. We're going to be here round the clock, keeping you updated. Stay here with WFMY News 2, both on air and online.
Well, sadly, we have another deadly update here. A 4th person has died due to Hurricane Florence. We told you about a mother and her infant dying when a tree fell on their house in Wilmington. We also told you about someone in Pender County who had a heart attack and rescue crews couldn't get to them. And now we know the 4th person to die in this storm was from Lenoir County, someone trying to plug in a generator. So now we have 4 total deaths due to Hurricane Florence, and this storm is not even halfway over.
Not even close to it either. All right, we've been talking with Chad Silber, who's live in Wilmington. We're going to check back in with him. Everywhere you turn, Chad, it's like more damage down that way.
Yeah, guys, we've been looking around just for some of the more major damage because there really is kind of debris everywhere. This is a very common sight in downtown Wilmington. I mean, you can barely tell this is a sidewalk anymore because of all the leaves and small limbs and debris. I mean, you can see a tree branch over there that has fallen from the tree but not completely onto the ground, and it has taken a power line with it. So Duke Energy will be in this neighborhood hopefully in the coming hours, coming days, not hopefully weeks. But you never know. So you see this, and then you see this. And this will certainly take your breath away when you're standing right next to it. A huge tree, I'm not even sure how old or how tall this tree is, has landed on this massive house. I mean, and it has, you know, it looks like it really did a number on the corner of the house. I mean, think about how much this tree probably weighs and the kind of impact that it caused when it landed on this house when the storm pushed it over. So definitely a terrible situation here for the people who own this home. It's actually one of the historic homes in Wilmington. If you've been here, you know that there are a lot of historic homes in this area. This home, there's actually a plaque on the front door, so I was able to see that it's 106 years old. It was built in 1912. So just think, you know, this house, I imagine, has withstood a lot of storms before, but unfortunately Florence was the one that left some damage for it 106 years after it was built. So a lot of down trees and down power lines. I am going to have Ryan move the camera because I want to show you a different type of damage that we came across. Also, you can see through this parking lot, you'll see over here, looks like it's about a 3-story house that has concrete chimney stacks at the top, and at least one of those chimney stacks kind of blown to smithereens, if you will. You can see the bricks lying on top of both that roof as well as the awning just below it. I'm not sure what the ground looks like in front of it, but it looks like the storm was so powerful that either the wind knocked the chimney stack off of its base, or a tree limb or some sort of debris was flown into it, knocking the chimney stack off of its base. So, I mean, for that kind of damage to happen, you imagine that it had to be some powerful winds. And we had been talking earlier today, you guys were watching the wind totals and watching some of the gusts as we were really getting to the eye wall of this storm, and you were talking about 90-mile-an-hour sustained winds. I mean, I would say that that's powerful enough to do that kind of damage, And those were sustained, not even the gusts. So, and right now, I mean, current conditions, the wind has let down, the rain has let down. We're kind of taking advantage of the calm moment because we haven't had many of them over the past couple of days. We know it will change, we know it will increase again, but we're kind of enjoying just the peace and quiet of a very slight breeze and not a lot of rain. I would like to bring in either Eric or Taran. I'm not sure who is more available right now. I'd like to know when we should expect to see a lot more of this rain. You know, like I was mentioning, we talked to Ed Matthews earlier today, and he was talking about how the threat for flooding is not over for this area, flooding from falling rain. Can you give me any sort of gauge on when that rain should really start to pick up again, how long it should last, and what's the forecasted totals here?
Yeah, so I'm looking at the radar as we speak, Chad, and there are two heavy bands that look like, well, based on how fast they're moving now, I'd say within an hour to two, maybe 2 hours, you'll probably see the rain really start to pick up fairly heavy. And this is something that, without getting too technical, it's basically, we call them feeder bands, where they'll pull the moisture out from the ocean over the inland areas and then they rain out over us. So I would say within the next hour to hour and a half, maybe two tops, you're going to see heavier rains move back into that area. Winds may be sporadic here or there, but your heavy rains are at least an hour away or a little bit more than that. But and you're going to see rain possibly like you saw today as far as how heavy it falls, but maybe not as windy as it was.
And so will the rain continue for days, or I mean, is the worst of it past us? I mean, you know, we keep hearing about different storm totals like 10, 20 inches. I mean, is that still something that's realistic, or have we moved past that?
No, absolutely, that's realistic. I mean, in fact, I think where you are, Wilmington and the coast all the way up to Morehead City, that 20-inch total that we've been talking about, that is reachable, easily reachable, I think, with this storm. Some of the models went as high as 30 inches, and I will tell you, I mean, here's a look at estimated rainfall across the region. If you look at the colors, if you're zooming in, especially that little bullseye to the south of Wilmington there, I mean, all of that region from Oak Island all the way up through Carolina Beach and Wilmington, that's anywhere from 5 to 8 in that red color there, and then it goes up plus 10 inches. And if you go to that gray area, that's when you approach the 15-inch mark. So, I mean, you're looking at rainfall totals all along there, well over 10 inches already. We're not even halfway through the storm. I think, Chad, by Saturday night, you'll start to see some better conditions there while they worsen here in the Piedmont. But those rainfall totals, if we see what we think we'll see, it'll be the most rain we've ever seen from a hurricane in North Carolina. If we can go over 24 inches, that'll beat Floyd in 1999. And in South Carolina, we're definitely going to beat it because their record is 18.5 inches Jerry back in the mid-1990s. So this may be the hurricane that brings the most rain on record for North and South Carolina.
See, and it puts it into such perspective, you know, because I get so annoyed with the people who think that because it was downgraded to a Category 1 that, hey, we're fine, who cares, just a light tropical storm, there's no concern. Obviously, the wind is not as powerful as a Category 4, but the way that you guys have been talking is the rain will be of near historic proportions, and that's the concern, not the wind at this point.
It is. You asked Tim Buckley this, and you're going to be there for about 45 minutes because he loves to talk about the fact that the category system fools everybody.
Yep.
And there are other factors involved, not just wind speeds, that determine the destructive power of a hurricane.
Well, it's just, you know, we're not looking forward to seeing that much rain here, but it's nice to know that we will have that rain, at least coming up here in a couple of over the next couple of days, I suppose.
All right, well, you're doing an excellent job reporting for us, Chad. Thank you so much. We want to move on now to get a check of what's happening in New Bern, or at least in the eastern part of our state. Let's take a look at Erica Stapleton, who's on her way to Lumberton right now. She's driving, possibly at a stoplight. Is the rain starting to let up at all where you are?
Hey, we're parked on the side of the road right now. I want to show you what we just drove up on. We're in Fayetteville. That's a big tree on top of a power line, and the lights up and down this road are actually out. So this is something we literally just drove up on. Of course, we're going to try and reroute around this. That would be absolutely not safe to drive underneath that or anywhere near that. So we've stopped here, and we're going to be turning around once we get off with you guys. But we are on our way to Lumberton. But again, we're in Fayetteville right now, and it looks like this officer is actually telling us to turn around. So we are going to move around this way, and I'll pull over further up the road so we can figure out where we're rerouting. But again, this is some of the struggles that a lot of people are going to be dealing with the storm. Let's see if we can go over this way here. And just so you guys know, Fayetteville was also an area where there was flooding during Hurricane Matthew. So this area definitely isn't out of the clear either. We did see some in Lumberton. We're going to just pull into this lot right here. I'm sorry, there's not much else we can show you right now, but we are on our way to Lumberton, and that again was an area that flooded really badly during Hurricane Matthew. So I can only imagine that people there are taking this threat really seriously, and we're actually seeing a lot of that wind and rain coming in now. We stopped to get gas probably about half an hour ago, and we got out of the car and we were underneath like an awning and still got completely soaked. So that's just the level of rain and wind and that mixture that we are actually feeling out here. And I know we've seen it from our crews throughout the state at this point in time, but we're starting to see some of that come on in. And I know the worst is probably not over for us in this part of the state yet. We're probably about 40 or so minutes away from Lumberton at this point in time, and we're not exactly sure of the conditions there. We are going to be going on 95, and I know that's an area that Governor Cooper had been concerned about. It was a concern when Hurricane Matthew came through. It flooded over actually that main interstate, which not only creates problems for people traveling, people leaving, but also crews coming in with supplies for relief efforts as well. So we can expect a lot of that as we continue to make our way further southeast, and we are again being very, very careful. We definitely don't want to impede any rescue efforts. Just as you saw us there, we turned away from that down tree. So we are going to be working to reroute ourselves as we continue on to Lumberton. But again, speaking to Hurricane Matthew, I was down in Lumberton when it flooded there about 2 years ago, and I'd been back for several follow-up stories, and a lot of people were still barely recovered from the floods then. So to have to deal with this now is pretty unimaginable, and hopefully it's not something that will create as lasting an impact, but you know that's something people have to be braced for. And once we get down there, we'll have a better gauge of what's happening. And the reason that it's so prone to flooding is that the Lumber River kind of cuts right through the center of town, and it goes throughout the city. So that's rises up and it kind of expands out. So there's really no saving anybody, or not saving, I shouldn't say that, but the river won't discriminate. It's going to kind of go where it goes where it goes, and then it's going to play out as it plays out. But again, that's something we can't really tell until we get into that area. So we're going to be working on that. I'm probably going to send it back to you guys so we can kind of reroute and figure out exactly where we are going and how we're going to get down there. But definitely things that you guys have to keep in mind, or at least show you. So I'm glad we're able to at least show you where we are right now in the Fayetteville area. So I'll send it back to you right now.
All right, thank you, Erica. We appreciate it. In case you're just tuning in, we just want to remind you that you're watching extended coverage of Hurricane Florence here on WFMY News 2, and we have crews out all over the state making sure that we're ahead of the storm and also seeing what has happened now that the storm is trying to move through eastern North Carolina.
All right, as we're talking about eastern North Carolina, let's check in with WFMY News 2's Adure Achumba, who's made a stop in New Bern, a place that she used to live. I bet it looks a lot different now, Adure.
Yes, and we are driving on Old Cherry Point Road, talking to some of the neighbors that we're seeing here. Lots of trees down again, as I said. You can see one right in front of us. We followed a fire rescue truck that just went through that, went under that. See, the power lines are down. And again, it's all the rain. We've had a lot of the taking the trees down, and now folks, rain that is coming down with it. Now we're just going to see how precariously that is hanging right there. And there's another one. And then you can also see on the street here to my right, the flooding that has happened. That fire hydrant, look at how high the water has gotten on that fire hydrant. Look at that road. That, guys, that's a road right there. As you can see, this is a lot of water coming down. A lot of water coming down. So we've got more trees down as well here. This power line also down, hanging over people's homes. And we are going to keep driving now and go towards, been turned into a shelter down the road here. There's a lot of people who are there taking shelter.
All right, we'll try to reestablish signal when we can. Obviously, that's going to happen in a situation like this.
Flooding is
ridiculous.
Absolutely terrifying.
You know what's funny about this, though, Trace, is that, I mean, we've been through this a lot, but this one just seems different. You know, I know we get big hurricanes that have come through before, but I think as far as affecting more of North Carolina than others do, this is a pretty widespread deal.
I mean, and Chad's absolutely right. You hear Category 1, it's been downgraded, and then all of a sudden your threat level goes down and you become complacent and you think, oh, I've done Category 1. It's just a amped up thunderstorm. But this, you're right, is completely different.
Completely different.
Already 4 people have died in this storm, and it's not over. And that's what's even more threatening about this. We haven't even gotten it yet, and it could be all weekend before it's wrapped up.
That's right, probably Sunday evening. And the heaviest rains will be in the southern parts of the Piedmont. So we have to see what's going on there too as the storm just barely starts to move into the triad right now. But Randolph County, Davidson County are areas that we're concerned about in the next couple of days. Patrick Wright is down in Randolph County right now. What are you seeing there, Patrick?
Hey all, well just a few minutes ago, probably 30 minutes ago, it started to rain. It's still a really light drizzle. I don't know if you can see it on me. I've been standing outside for about 10 minutes, not completely wet yet, but a nice light mist right now. The wind though is starting to pick up just a little bit. I'm here in Randolph County at the Emergency Services Building. This is the hub for all of the emergency response here in the county. I spent several hours here with the crew learning about what's going on in the area. So far, fortunately, they've only had fallen trees to report in the area, nothing major other than those things, and a lot of those trees have already been cleaned up. At last check with them, they say about 2,300 people in this area are without power. That's across all of Randolph County right now. They say about 700 of those are in Seagrove though, so a big chunk of people in Seagrove are without power at this time. In terms of shelters, that's another thing a lot of people have been asking about today. There is a shelter open at First Baptist Church of Asheboro. That's in downtown Asheboro, probably about 5 minutes away from the Emergency Services Building here. They're taking anyone in the community who is in need of a place to stay, to get away from the storm. This morning, I went first thing this morning, there were 6 people checked in, and at last check, there are now 12 people checked in. So still plenty of space inside of that shelter for anybody who feels they need it and feels they need a safer place to stay throughout this storm. Now, I talked to a couple this morning, the Seilers. They have lived in Asheboro most of their lives. They've been married for 50 years. They say they have never in their lives had to take shelter for a storm. But as they watched the forecast of Hurricane Florence, they said that they changed their tune just a little bit. They decided that it wasn't going to be safe to stay in their house. They think they're in a flood-prone house, so they decided to pack up last night and head on to that shelter. They're one of the first people in the shelter. Now, if you are interested in going to the shelter, it's located at 133 North Church Street, again in downtown Asheboro, and again that is First Baptist Church of Asheboro. Now, a few things to keep in mind if you are planning to go to that shelter. Make sure you bring your ID. They say to bring food as well. They do not plan on feeding anyone as long as there are restaurants open in the area, so make sure you bring your own food, your own snacks, bring cards, entertainment. You get a bed and you get a blanket, but pretty much everything else is on you. So a nice safe place to stay, but make sure that you are bringing all of your special needs, your medications, your hygiene products, and anything like that. Also, this is a pet-friendly shelter over at First Baptist Church in Asheboro. You can bring your pets. You just have to bring a crate. You need to bring your leashes, your collars, and things like that. You need to bring food as well, and you will be responsible for walking and feeding your pet. Now, there's a trailer outside of that shelter, and it's got plenty of space. I saw it this morning, plenty of space for all the animals that people plan on bringing. So if you're worried about getting to a shelter and you have a pet and you're not sure if you can get in, First Baptist Church of Asheboro will allow you in. Again, that's at 133 in North Church Street in Asheboro. Again, I'm here at the Emergency Services Building in Randolph County. They're not just serving Randolph County today, actually. We've had a couple of emergency services buildings down east in Beaufort County and Pamlico counties. Both of those had to shut down their services. Beaufort has sent a couple of people actually up here to Randolph County to run their dispatch program out of this building you see behind me here. Pamlico is also rerouting its phone calls here to Randolph County and then dispatching EMS and fire and police down in Pamlico County. So again, Randolph is a major hub right now as the storm continues to pound on the coast and make its way toward us here in the Triad. I just want to check in with y'all back in the studio. Like I said, a pretty light rain right now. The wind is picking up, but what's the radar looking like? I haven't seen it in a couple minutes.
Yeah, this is basically that part of the world, so southern parts of Randolph County, Davidson County. In the short term, you're going to see some rain moving in any minute, really, in the next half an hour or so. But heavier showers are going to be pushing in, and that's really an area of concern, are those southern parts of the Piedmont for tomorrow and Sunday.
All right, thanks, Patrick. You might notice that we have a hashtag on all of our lower thirds. Storm Track 2, we need you to use that because that's how we get to see what's happening in your neighborhood. Maddie Gardner is in our information center now. She's been tracking some people who are already starting to weigh in and show us what's happening in their neighborhoods using that hashtag Storm Track 2. So Maddie, you found some interesting videos online.
Yeah, we certainly did, Tracy. And with this hashtag and on social media, we can get the latest information to you instantly. So make sure you're using hashtag StormTrack2. I want to remind everyone what this storm looked like from outer space. I'll go back here. NOAA sending out a photo before the storm hit Wilmington, before that eyewall moved in. It won't let me pull it up here, but it was a giant cloud, and then you can see Wilmington right in the middle there. And then we're getting more video. The winds have picked up now in Mount Airy, North Carolina, so we're seeing the effects of Florence already in the Piedmont Triad. Let's take a look at this video here, and you can see the wind is pushing those tree branches back and forth, and the leaves are starting to shake on those. This is going to continue to be a trend through the next few days here, so we really have to be careful about wind. Of course, that can cause power outages, and we want to make sure that everyone is safe. Here's that photo I was referencing earlier. So Florence is a giant cloud here. Wilmington, North Carolina, that small red dot. Do you see it right there? Yeah, that's how giant this storm is, guys, and that's why we're feeling the effects of it here in the Triad already, because it is so large. Jonathan saying we're getting heavy rain bands here in Greenville, North Carolina, and is not over. You can see just how much rain is coming down, and shows a video here of his gutters. We want to make sure that you are reminded to clean your gutters out. Do it now while you have the chance, because that's going to be very helpful once that rain comes in. Our reporter Laura Brache is in Saxapahaw. Residents are already seeing the effects of Florence. Look at this tree. Snapped in two pieces already. She says the homeowner has cleared the path and is trying to remove the tree right now. But would you look at that? I mean, already we are starting to see this, guys. We got to get ahead of this storm and be prepared for what is to come. That took down his entire fence there. Goodness, I hadn't seen the video all the way through until just then. He's using that chainsaw to get to it, but it did take down the fence. We continue on here. This is a live look at Jeanette's Pier in the fish cam in Nags Head. Of course, we're seeing that surf still churning up there. We're seeing storm surge still on the East Coast, causing some major damage and some floods. A lot of people had their eyes on the piers, right, on the Outer Banks and on the coast, because they have so many memories there, and so many of those piers are historical as well. This one's still intact here in Nags Head. We continue on here in Franklinton, North Carolina. We're seeing wind, rain. She says bursts maybe 30 miles per hour. This little girl standing out there with an umbrella right now before Florence really shows her strength here in the western part of the state. And on the News 2 Facebook page, a sobering image here. Hurricane Florence spares no one. This is video of the National Cemetery in New Bern. Of course, we've seen some terrible flooding in New Bern and on the coast especially, but this one just really makes you stop in your tracks, right? A flooded cemetery with the National Cemetery headstones sticking up there out of those flood waters. Goodness. Moving on here. Hurricane Florence certainly a force to be reckoned with. This is video of a marina in New Bern, and you can see those boats just shaking in the storm as those winds came through. Again, this one from our WFMY page because we're using that hashtag StormTrack2. That's how we're able to see this. So if you have any video like this, it is safe for you to go outside and get some. We encourage you to use that hashtag so we can see it. A reminder from the North Carolina Department of Public Health, right? Standing in flood waters that can bring infectious diseases, chemical hazards, and cause injuries. This is another way social media is so useful during emergencies because it allows us to get very important information out to you quickly. And this is a reminder, if we do see floods here in the Triad, if we do get as much rain as we could from this storm, flooding will be a problem. We don't want you to go in those flood waters. It's dangerous not only because it can sweep you off your feet, but because of everything that's in that flood water. So a good reminder there from the Department of Public Health. This one getting a lot of attention online, dolphins. Yes, dolphins in Wilmington. Swimming in the rising water off the shore just after Hurricane Florence hit this morning. Goodness gracious. This is how deep that floodwater is, guys, that dolphins are able to swim in it. Again, this is in Wilmington. You'll see those dolphins come up in just a moment, come out of that water right there. What a sight. And one more here, the Greenville Fire Rescue here. This is in North Carolina. Take a look at this sweet image. A little girl saying goodbye to her dad. Her dad, one of the firefighters, going to do some work, some rescue work for Hurricane Florence over the next couple of days. A reminder to keep all of our first responders in your thoughts, the linemen out there doing their best to make sure everybody is safe and that power is back on as well. They all have families at home too, and they're putting their lives on the line to make sure everybody is safe. Make sure you're using that hashtag StormTrack2. I can't say it enough because that is really helpful in these situations. We can get that information to you fast and we can see everything right here in our information center. Tracy.
Boy, if that video doesn't make you think about what our first responders have to go through and the people that stay in there when they shouldn't stay in there, and you're risking first responders' lives, look at that little girl and think about that.
Yeah, waving goodbye to her daddy. Certainly thinking about them, and we're also thinking about our neighbors to the east, especially in New Bern, where they're dealing with some of the worst flooding from Hurricane Florence. Let's check in now with Adure Chumba. She's with with our photographer Brian Hall. There's some really deteriorating conditions out there right now.
Like I said earlier, this rain is coming down super heavy. Yeah, this rain is coming down super heavy. We just tried going towards downtown New Bern, and as you can see, I'm just going to step out of the frame here. That is the parking lot of the Bridgepoint Hotel. Look at how flooded it is, and the rain is still coming down hard. And Brian, if you would look this way over here, we see trees. Down this way, it was just so airy. I've never seen New Bern look like this. It was just really airy, and the lights are out, and so obviously a very dangerous situation for folks here. We saw a couple of cars turn around as well. Now, I've been following some of the folks on Facebook from the New Bern area, some of the folks out in Duffyfield sending pictures of severe flooding in their area as well. So basically those folks have been cut off from this road going into downtown New Bern, at least until the obstruction is cleared off of the road. Again, the rain is just really coming down heavy. It's this flood everywhere, and that's what we're talking about. And you know, you've got to be careful. If you are out and about, you really shouldn't be driving in the flooded roads that we have seen. Again, look at this. This is amazing. You see that bear, one of the bears that they were talking about? There's another one over there. Look at how high the water is up on that bear. So again, we're just going to be surveying the area and just looking at and assessing the damage that they're experiencing. I mean, the visibility is really poor. I can't see past a couple hundred feet from me. I can't even see the sign that is going through the Bay Bridgeton Bridge there. So again, very poor visibility. This rain is really coming down hard. It's also really windy, and lots of trees and power lines down in this area again. So it's really interesting seeing this in this area. I've really never seen this. I was really shocked seeing this. So it's going to be a major recovery, just trying to clean up after the storm and all that it is dumping on these folks over here. And remember, some of that is going to come up to the Piedmont Triad as well. So there will be a lot of cleanup that would need to happen after this.
Ask you a question. I don't know if you can hear me. I hear the wind is really strong. You've been speaking with a few people there. Do you get the feeling that they were taken by surprise with this, or did they listen to the warnings and get out?
So this area is very familiar with these hurricanes here, but the real concern is that water that we're talking about, all that rain that is coming and dumping the water on them. The sense that I get from here is that, yeah, they're used to this, and a lot of people who did evacuate, they left the area out of concern. But for those who stayed, they're saying, we never really expected it to be this bad. So they do understand how bad a weather event like this can be, but some of those folks are surprised that it's gotten as bad as this. Again, this is very unpredictable, as you have been saying, as folks like you have been saying all the while. This is unpredictable, but seeing it now, it's like, it's amazing for some of them that they are actually seeing it, and it's really, it's jarring. It brings us to perspective pretty much as to, how precarious this situation can be. And obviously, they're just waiting for it to just go by, and they can start cleaning up and picking up after.
Amazing, because you can hear how bad it is.
It's raining hard.
I mean, raining really hard. So I was looking at our radar a minute ago. If you're wondering how bad it is where Adure is, because you can hear the wind howling and see the rain all over the place. If we can take a look at our radar, I just want to show you, because it's band after band after band of heavy, heavy showers moving over New Bern. Look right in the center of your screen there. You'll see the word New Bern. That's where she's located, off Highway 70. And look at that. It's nonstop with one gigantic heavy rain band moving over that area. And the green outline around the counties, by the way, those are flood warnings that are in effect there. And you can see why. Look at that. Rainfall totals, if we query each little spot there, more than 10 inches of rain in some of the areas to the north and to the east of New Bern already. And the rain is nowhere close to stopping just yet.
And this is already on top of saturated ground.
Absolutely.
So it's just really, where are we, 6 inches above for the year?
Well, that's here.
Right, in the
I don't even know
Triad.
what it is down east. We'd have to look that one up, but I know at least here we're 6 inches above normal. So, and eastern North Carolina tends to get a little more rain than the Piedmont. So.
All right, so we're looking at the radar here, and we need to talk about conditions here at home. Obviously, we care about what's happening to our friends on the east, but here in the Triad, there could be a different story. So let's check in with Monica Garcia here. She is standing by in Greensboro.
Well, out here in Greensboro, I'll tell you what, the rain has really been a touch and go, as well as the winds. Also touch and go are those power outages. When I checked in with you about 30 minutes ago, there was only about 19 households without power. Now we're talking about 1,500. Again, that's just right here in Guilford County. It is a nice day outside if you step outside, but we do know that those rains are going to be coming in. I do want to warn people, this is what we're worried about. All over the county, you'll see giant trees just like that right next to their power poles. All it's going to take is a little bit of rain, I'm saying just a little bit of rain, and then a gust of wind to uproot those trees and knock power out to a lot of people here. To give you an idea, weather is nice, but if you just look up outside at those clouds, as you've been saying, we're expecting that rain to come over the next couple of days. Just look up when you go outside. You see the dark clouds. You see how quickly those clouds are coming in. So I talked to Duke Energy, and she says a lot of people are worried about resources. How many resources do we have in this area? When you see images from across the coast, heartfelt images, people dealing with downed trees, and the flooding, she says, rest assured, Guilford County, we have plenty of folks here. That's linemen, that's tree assessors, standing by, ready to jump into action. 1,200, 2 different staging locations across town. She even made it a point to say that there are 300 linemen and tree assessors from our area. So that means when you do place that call to the 1-800 Power On, they're going to get that call. And she says also right now is the time to familiarize yourself with their website, or you can download the app. That is dukeenergy.com. It's really interesting. All you have to do is you look for the triangle on their website, click on that, and you'll be able to zoom into your area and you'll be able to see, yes, they understand that you have a power outage. And it even says, hey, trucks are en route, so that they know that you have a problem and that you need someone to come out and help you. So they do say people should, when the power outages do happen, wait at least 36 hours. But as of now, you can see gusts of wind are picking up. I've been holding onto my hat every now and then, but the sky, you can tell, the rain is coming in. For now, we are standing by. In Guilford County, I'm Monica Garcia. Back to you guys.
All right, thanks, Monica. Good to know what's happening here in Greensboro. And for a broader look at that, let's go ahead and check in with meteorologist Taran Kirksey. He is eyeing this radar like nobody's business, and you have the latest.
Yeah, we are watching the rain getting closer and closer to the triad. Here's a look at the current situation for Hurricane Florence. But at this point, the winds aren't something that we need to focus on, at least around here. We need to focus on that flood potential, and that potential is going up quickly. So here's radar. You see the swirl right there, the center of circulation almost right there on the North Carolina South Carolina border, just to the south and west of Wilmington. But these rain bands moving in, we have heavy rain already falling across the Research Triangle, Raleigh, Durham, and we have some heavy rain about to starting to actually move into the southern Piedmont as we speak. And this rain band right here is particularly nasty. This one right here that's kind of slicing its way into southeastern portions of Randolph County at the moment. I'll show you that in just a second. We have a few spotty showers to the north. Just want you folks up there to know that the rain's not all that heavy right now, and it's not going to get heavy anytime soon. But down here to the south, Asheboro, you're starting to deal with some light to moderate rainfall, and then we have this really heavy rain down towards Coal Ridge and Seagrove, and then that band moves its way down into Montgomery County. The rain's starting to get pretty heavy in Montgomery County, and we're going to see this rain continuing as we go through tonight, on into tomorrow, on into Sunday. Again, make sure you have your flood plan in place just in case your area is under a flood warning. We're going to be tracking radar carefully for you as we go through the rest of the evening and have updates on air and online.
News 2 is your go-to source for Hurricane Florence coverage on all platforms. Follow the WFMY News 2 crews on air, online, and on social media for up-to-date coverage stretching from the coast to the Triad and beyond.
We want to thank you so much for being a part of this with us today, and we'll all be with you throughout this storm from start to finish. And we're coming right back in just a minute with WFMY News 2 at 4:30. Stay right there, folks.
Hello, mic check 1 2 3. Am I in the 430? I don't think I'm in the 430. 1 2 3 4 5 6.
say a person died while trying to plug in a generator. And also in Kinston, a 77-year-old man died after he was blown down by the wind.
And then there's this video of flooding covering graves at the National Cemetery in New Bern.
And take a look at this picture. Rescue crews in New Bern use boats to rescue people from flooded cars and homes. There were at least 150 rescues in New Bern alone.
And we do have crews all across North Carolina tracking the storm, giving you a firsthand look at the power behind Florence. Meteorologist Taran Kirksey is tracking the storm from here in the Triad. Taran, where is Florence right now?
Well, we're starting to see those outer rain bands getting closer and closer and closer to the Triad. The wind's starting to pick up here in the weather garden, and rain will be moving in soon behind that. I've noticed a few sprinkles right now, but the heaviest of the rainfall in our viewing area still off to the south of the Triad. I'm going to zoom on in to folks down here in Montgomery County so you can get your bearings here for folks that might not be familiar. Here's Montgomery County right here. This is Randolph County, and this is Davidson County. This rain that's falling across Montgomery County right now, really heavy rainfall, and this is one of the reasons why we have really high concerns of flash flooding, especially for the southern half of our viewing area. The rain's starting right now for you all, and it's not going to stop for the next couple of days. And I want to kind of go back here and show you a few more areas of rainfall. A few sprinkles here across the north. So you folks in Rockingham County, you're getting a little bit of rain, but the rain not all that heavy. We did have some heavier rainfall in southern Alamance County. That rain's starting to taper off for now, but more rain's on the way. And then we have some significant rainfall down there towards Coal Ridge. Now I want you to look at this. You're seeing just yellows, and you're probably thinking, well, that's not all that heavy, but this is tropical moisture. So these are really big raindrops, and each of these bands do contain still 20, 30 mile per hour wind gusts from time to time. So still some wind in here, but the rain is going to be a larger concern as we head through the next several days. Life-threatening flooding is a serious concern for us. As we look at the wider view of the storm here, here's Florence, here's the center of circulation right there, just to the south and west of Wilmington. It's going to slowly make its way to the west. And if you look at this Futurecast model, one thing to keep in mind is it doesn't have a good handle on the size of the storm as far as the rainfall potential, and that's a bad sign. So it's starting to show more rain coming in as we go from Saturday on into Sunday, but it's probably going to be more rain than this is even showing. This is why we are telling you, hey, I know we've been talking about Florence around here and we haven't had much rain at all so far. Things are going to ramp up in a major way tonight into tomorrow. So if you aren't ready, make sure you have your preparations in place. If you live in a flood-prone area, it's just seriously a good idea to find another place to stay for the next couple of days. If you have friends or family that live on higher ground, just go ahead and go there and just kind of hang out with them for the next day or two before the rain starts to wind down. As far as our rain forecast, heaviest rain to the south, lighter rain totals to the north, and I have to say the word lighter kind of in quotes there, because 4 to 6 inches of rain is still a lot of rain. That could cause flash flooding north of the Triad, but the flash flood concern gets even higher the farther south you go, the closer you get to the center of circulation. Some folks in Montgomery County could see in excess of 10 inches of rain, and then the concern for flash flooding will start to extend into the foothills, into the mountains as we head from Saturday evening on into Sunday. We're going to keep tracking radar for you, and we'll give you updates periodically on air and online as we go through the next 24 to 48 hours.
Taran, thank you. Florence is hitting New Bern hard, causing major flooding and damage. Streets are turning into rivers and several boats swept underwater. WFMY News 2's Adore Achumba is live now in New Bern. Adore, what a mess out there.
The word is befuddled by the mess that I have seen driving through this place. New Bern is a very beautiful city, a very scenic city. I am on the Alfred-Cunningham Bridge over the Trent River, and behind me is downtown New Bern. This is the front street that takes you into downtown New Bern. You can see it is pretty much a river of its own. The Trent River spilling into it and pushing all that water into the downtown area of the city of New Bern.
To my left is Union Station, which is a park where families will go and hang out, and people will have an opportunity to fish on the pier over here. But I can't see any of the stuff that used to sit over here. The gazebo, the water is like literally half of the gazebo, and it's really coming in again. It's really coming in. We've seen some people walking around here. Honestly, they really shouldn't be down here because this is not very safe at all. And this is just giving you the perspective as to how severe the effect of the storm is. And it's just water everywhere, guys. It's still coming down, and where all of this is going to go to, I can only imagine. But it is really, really coming down, guys. And I've been seeing pictures, of course, of the families who are in the Duffyfield neighborhood also on Facebook. Some of them also affected by this, and lots of people have been evacuated, as you can see. Pretty much nobody can get through this. You can't. Where are you going? There is nowhere to go, and you can really see the waves just really coming in here to downtown New York. We're gonna stick around in this community and sort of like stay with them and get a sense of what they're how they're gonna wrap all of this and deal with the aftermath of all of this storm all the mess that this storm is bringing down.
Incredible images in Newborn there. A roaring river is what it looks like was behind Adoria Chumba. But that flooding and those rivers roaring around are happening all across North Carolina. Another area getting hit hard by Florence is Lumberton. WFMY News 2's Erica Stapleton is on her way there right now. Erica, what have you seen on your drive so far?
Hey everyone, we actually just got into Lumberton. I'll just spin you right in here right now so you can see what we're seeing. A lot of down trees, a lot of emptiness. There of course is a car in front of us, but a lot of boarded up places that we've seen so far. We're going to be kind of driving toward closer where the river is, but we actually just came in on 95, an area that was actually completely flooded when Hurricane Matthew came in about 2 years ago. So sorry, our directions are going off right now. But we are in an area, we haven't seen any flooding yet. There were some puddles actually forming along the sides of the road in Fayetteville as we drove through here. But again, we just got to Lumberton. So we're trying to assess the situation as we approach it right now. We did see a lot of down trees. We actually saw some billboards ripped up on our way down, and we saw a very few people outside, out and about. There has been a lot of wind and a lot of rain. Things have definitely worsened since we've come south of Greensboro. And again, this is an area that has been overwhelmed by floodwaters before. As many of you may remember, Hurricane Matthew came in about 2 years ago and just completely pummeled this area. There was water everywhere. I'm remembering drone video, and it looked like this entire whole little town was underwater. And that's definitely a risk that we could be seeing again. We're seeing a lot of down trees, some debris, that sort of thing now, and here's a big gust of wind coming right in. But we are expecting that there will be more flooding coming, especially because the river is going to continue to rise as we see more rain, and it's going to be something that we're definitely going to be keeping an eye on here in Lumberton. And again, we did just get into this area, so we're kind of gauging it in real time with you as you guys can see us. But back to Matthew, when they came through here, a lot of these people are still just rebuilding their lives, and it sucks that it's something that they have to deal with again, but this is Mother Nature, and it's something that we're going to be keeping an eye on too. So we're going to kind of situate ourselves here once we let you guys go, and then we're going to figure out the best information to possibly give you from Lumberton, where again, we just arrived. So we'll keep you posted about the flooding and any other weather conditions here.
Erica, thank you. Please be safe. Duke Energy is reporting more than 400,000 outages across North Carolina, but keep in mind that is just Duke Energy. In all, North Carolina Emergency Management says about 640,000 homes and businesses in eastern North Carolina have no power right now. WFMY News 2's Monica Garcia is live now in Greensboro, where hundreds of Duke Energy crews are on standby. Monica, are they deploying yet?
A lot of them are deploying, but a lot of them still on standby. So to break that down to you, what does that mean? Right now we have 400 households here in Guilford County without power. Now that number has been up and down within the last 2 hours. At one point it was in the thousands. Right now we're still seeing power outages and they're lower at 300 to 400 currently, but that does change with the wind gusts. Now, we've also been getting a touch and go rains, so that also does take that into effect. But I can tell you that we have 1,200 linemen, tree assessors on standby. So let me tell you, right now is the time to really kind of wrap your mind around the protocol. When power does go out in our area, we've been talking about that rain coming through, looking at the clouds, you can see definitely, especially some dark clouds right there. If Daniel Clark, you want to pan down, the rain's coming. Okay, so this is what you need to know. Once your power does go out, it's a very planned out sequence with these linemen. First, they're going to restore power to hospitals. Then they're going to go to the police station, okay? Fire station, waste management facilities, and then they're going to come to your neighborhood and restore power. What you need to do is write down telephone numbers like that 1-800-POWER-ON telephone number. Also, go to their website, familiarize yourself with, they have these text messaging apps, all kinds of great resources for you. Now is the time to do that. That is duke-energy.com. But also keep in mind, it's not going to be households first. It's going to be all those very important hospitals, police stations, all of that. So just keep that in mind. In Greensboro, Monica Garcia, back to you guys.
Thank you, Monica. People living in Randolph County are bracing for Hurricane Florence and the possibility of flooding in their area.
WFMY News 2's Patrick Wright is live now at the Emergency Command Center in Asheboro with a look at how the county there is getting ready to handle the big storm.
Well, Randolph County's Hurricane Florence effort starts right here at the Emergency Services Center. Now, we've got crews from all over the county, including fire, EMS, sheriffs, and police officials here inside this building, ready to respond to any emergencies that might come up over the next couple of days. Now, the center is also helping other counties. We found out today that Beaufort and Pamlico counties are actually routing their dispatch efforts through the Randolph County Emergency Services building here, as their stations back home are dealing with Hurricane Florence. Well, earlier today, I talked to Randolph County Sheriff Robert Graves to talk to him more about how these people are working around the clock to make sure you and your families are safe.
And everyone's involved to make sure that we're on top of things, and we have personnel to activate immediately in areas that we might need them, and to keep our citizens safe.
And if you're someone in Randolph County, looking for a safe place to stay during the storm, there's an emergency shelter open at First Baptist Church in Asheboro. The address is 133 North Church Street. Be sure to bring your ID, any prescriptions you might need, personal hygiene products, pillows, blankets, cards, and any other entertainment or food you might want. Food is important because there are no plans to serve food as long as restaurants are open in this area. Now, that shelter is also pet friendly, but some things to keep in mind. You need to make sure you're bringing your crates, your collars and leashes, and food for your pets as well. You'll also be responsible for walking and feeding your pets during the storm.
Patrick, thank you. Again, the Triad is getting ready for Florence's heavy rains. Wilmington already saw the brunt of Florence. Florence made landfall this morning near Wrightsville Beach. Just a few miles away in Wilmington, 2 people died there, a mother and her baby, when a tree fell on their house. Take a look at some of the other damage. A gas station destroyed by wind and rain.
Now, WFMY News 2's Chad Silber is live right now in Wilmington. And Chad, we are seeing the effects of Hurricane Florence right behind you right now.
Oh yeah, ladies, it was almost as when it started to get light around here was when we really started to be able to see some of the storm damage, even though the storm hadn't completely passed yet. I mean, honestly, it hasn't completely passed at this point, but we're really seeing a lot of trees that have gone down. I mean, look at the size of this tree that just snapped right at its base, didn't even uproot the tree, just snapped at its base, went all the way down over here and kind of crashed into an engineering office right in front of it. And the most amazing part about this is Not one window broken, not one block out of place. It's incredible that there was no damage from what it looks like to this entire building. Look at how close some of these branches got to this building. No damage at all. I would say that's a miracle. To give you an idea of the strength of the wind, look at this tree. Completely stripped of its bark. Down here, piles of bark. Look at all this bark down here. All of this stripped right off of this tree. We were talking about wind gusts in excess of 90 miles an hour. We were talking about 90 mile an hour sustained winds. There are, just debris everywhere. Crazy to think that that storm came through here and did that kind of damage, but that's really what we're left with right now. We've seen a lot of first responders driving up and down. There's a fire department over there, so we're going to keep surveying the area, and we'll make sure to give you an update when we've got one.
All right, thank you so much, Chad. Stay safe, of course. Now, this storm is causing more than just damage. It's uprooting lives. Take a look at these pictures from Jacksonville. Government officials there say these people evacuated to a hotel when the storm started, and then when the storm got worse, rescue crews had to evacuate them again so that they'll be safe.
The waves have not calmed down as the storm has moved inland. You're looking at a live picture of Myrtle Beach. You've probably vacationed here. A very popular place, but now a very wet and a very windy place. We are also watching even more pictures of damage and also of the wind. This is another picture of the coast. This is in New Bern. This area saw a lot of damage. More than 150 rescues took place right in New Bern alone.
And some of those streets looking like rivers there. Now, meteorologist Toran Kirksey tracking the storm. Toran, what important information can you share with us right now?
All right, well, here's the latest. As of a few moments ago, they have downgraded Florence to a tropical storm, but I don't want you to get too focused in on that as the rain starts to fall here in the weather garden. Yeah, the winds down to 70 miles per hour, but that's not really something we're concerned about here in the Triad and here across the Piedmont. We are concerned about that flooding potential, and that is on the way. Here's the radar. You see the storm still spinning there. And I want you to notice this area right here. This is what we call the main feeder band, and this is just pulling tropical moisture from the Atlantic on inland, and we have just intense rain totals. You've seen Adure's live shots there from New Bern. That's from that main feeder band, and that heavy rain is rotating all the way around to even near Raleigh right now. And as that storm continues, as Florence continues to track on off towards the west, we're going to get closer and closer to that main feeder band. As far as our area is concerned, not a whole lot of rain from Greensboro northward. We just have a little bit of light rain right now. But as you go to the south, the rain's getting pretty heavy across portions of Randolph County. There are those little showers off to the north, but here's Randolph County. This right here is one of the first real bands from Florence that's moving into our viewing area as we speak. Asheboro, the rain getting heavier, the rain really heavy in Coal Ridge down towards Seagrove, and we have more heavy rain falling in Montgomery County. Large storm. Here's what our Futurecast model does with it. It's going to continue to track to the west, and our rain coverage will just increase as we head through the next few days. I got to show you this rain forecast. Again, real heavy down that way with rain totals in excess of 20 inches. But around here, we could have some big time rain as well. Over 10 inches of rain possible for the southern part of our viewing area. We're talking about southern Randolph County as you go into Montgomery County, but don't let your guard down across the Triad or even to the north. 6 to 10 inches of rainfall is what we're looking at for the possibilities of major flash flooding in spots. Take this seriously. If you live in a flood prone area, find somewhere else to stay as we go through the weekend. We're going to keep you updated on radar as we go through the next few days, folks.
Joanne, thank you. Our team coverage continues now in Alamance County. WFMY News 2's Jansen Silvers joins us live there. Jansen, people there are also bracing for Florence's arrival. Are they ready?
That's absolutely right. They are bracing for the storm, but we're actually at a home where there is an interesting thing that is happening, and that's where a family of 6 has actually taken in another family of 6. And you see all the kids right here that, they aren't quite aware that there is a hurricane coming this way right now. They're just trying to have a lot of fun, having a little race in the backyard. And I actually have the man whose house it is here, and this is Derek Tang. He lives in Burlington here. And so, Derek, what made you want to bring in a family of 6? I know you know this family, but still, you already have a family of 6. Bringing in 6 more people is not an easy thing to do.
They're close friends of ours, and like I said, it's the right thing to do. We know they would do the same for us if the roles were reversed, and we just wanted to make sure that the family would be safe. They're like family to us too, so we wanted to give them that chance.
Absolutely, and now we are still expecting some flooding here in our area, but it's much less than originally anticipated. But at first, that was a consideration you guys had. Like, do we have to have a plan B? Tell me a little bit about that.
The plan B was really, we'll make it up as we go. I think other than, I have family in Kernersville, I think other than seeking them out if we needed to, I think that was pretty much our option at that point.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Derek. Thank you so much for joining us. And now I just want to tell you, we were also in Alamance County in a different part of Burlington, where they were making preparations to make sure the Emergency Operations Center is ready to go. We'll have more on that and more from these 2 families tonight at 5, 6, and 11.
Yeah, and we are following this closely on social media using the hashtag StormTrack2. Let's take a look at what's going on right now here in the Information Center. First, this man driving through some standing water. Guys, I'm showing you this because this is what you don't need to do. Take a look at how dangerous this is. Any moment this car could be swept away, and if you watch this video long enough, it's a few minutes long, you'll see this car almost get swept away by this flood water. So again, this is an example of what we do not want you to do right now. This is a before and after picture. This is a pier right here in Sutton and Creek Bridge here, and you can see the pier before. Take a look at this video, this photo after. That storm completely washing that pier away, the storm surge coming in and just demolishing this pier here. Again, just an example of how powerful this storm is, and we're seeing those images on social media right now. This flooding video really takes your breath away. Look at how high up it is, covering about half of that Mustang there. This is in the Wilmington area. We know they've seen severe flooding, and you can see it is getting worse as that storm surge continues. And then right here, people on a shrimp boat jumping off when that storm comes through. Guys, someone said this is hashtag video of the day. Certainly a scary sight. Remember, we want to see your photos and your videos whenever it is safe to do so. Use that hashtag StormTrack2, and you can see your video right here on the screen.
All right, folks, we are still tracking Florence. It's now technically a tropical storm, but really don't get too focused on the classification. This is just going to be a big time rainmaker. It's already causing big flash flooding issues for eastern North Carolina, and that's just going to slide our way as we head through the next couple of days. Here's how our Futurecast model plays things out. It doesn't have a really good handle on the size of the storm right now, but it has a pretty good handle on the trends. Basically, the rain will start to pick up some tomorrow, and then tonight on into tomorrow, and then we're going to continue to just deal with heavy rainfall on again and off again, and it may not even stop if you live down in the southern part of our viewing area from now until Sunday evening. Rain totals, again, really high rain totals for the southern part of the state as we come into our viewing area. More rain to the south, less rain to the north. As far as the triad's concerned, 6 to 10 inches or so, some a little less, some a little bit more. High concern about flash flooding, even higher than what we have in the triad down towards the south. So you folks in Montgomery County, southern Randolph County, southern Davidson County, a few neighborhoods down that way could see more than 10 inches of rain between now and Sunday. As far as that flash flooding risk for today, not all that high. You see the yellow band there, that's a slight risk of flash flooding today. The red band, that's a moderate risk. That's mainly to our east. As we go into tomorrow, just about the entire area is going to be an area that we'll have to watch. We have the red areas there. That's essentially along I-40. That's where we have a moderate risk of flash flooding. That risk goes to a high risk for you folks there in pink. That includes the southern Piedmont. So Troy, Asheboro, Lexington, you're included in that. As we go into Sunday, Sunday could be an even worse day with the flash flooding risk getting higher and higher for you folks in the mountains as well, in the foothills. We'll have to watch that carefully as we head into Sunday. Bottom line is this: you need to take the threat of flash flooding seriously. You stay away from the flood-prone areas for the next couple of days. Don't drive through flooded roads, and stay aware of the forecast. And we're going to make sure that you have all the information you need, both on air and online, in the coming days.
Trent, thank you. Our team coverage continues now in Greensboro. WFMY News 2's Kevin Kennedy is live now with how people in our area are getting ready.
Yeah, we've been talking all day about kind of hurricane proofing your house, specifically related to outside the home. Let me go ahead and show you what the homeowner did here. Obviously, there's some items that are just too big to kind of move inside or move to a garage, but he's kind of secured. He's tied it down. He's got a basketball hoop tied to a children's play center, just kind of give him a little bit more protection. I'm going to walk over here with you, show you once again what he did. You see the deck. Underneath this deck, these chairs earlier today weren't tied down. He had them kind of standing up, and these are heavy metal chairs. Well, you get a 30, 40, maybe 50 mile per hour gust, gets a hold of one of those chairs, it can become a flying object, could certainly do damage if it slams into a house, or worse, it slams into a window. He's tied these down, and this is what you need to do. He's tilted the garbage cans up on its end. Once again, just another bit of security and safety. Right now, that window of opportunity to kind of secure your house certainly starting to close. We're starting to get some rain. We started to see some little bit bigger gust of wind. So right now is the time to go around your house, kind of look around. Anything that you can actually bring inside your house or into a garage that can fly away, now's the time to do it. If it's too big, try to figure out a way to tie it down, lock it down, because Florence is certainly heading our way soon. Guys, I'll toss it back to you in the studio.
All right, great information to keep in mind. Make sure everything outside your home is secure. And remember to keep yourself and your family safe before, during, and after Florence makes landfall. We have all the information for you.
Download the free WFMY News 2 app. There you can track down the radar right down to your neighborhood.
You can also follow WFMY News 2 and our meteorologists on social media. We are constantly updating how Florence is moving.
Don't dial in my number.
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
The storm rages as roads flood and wind blows over large structures, even a gas station.
Florence tears through eastern North Carolina and slowly trods toward the Triad.
We have crews across the state bringing you the latest.
It's a common sight around Wilmington. Trees snapped, power lines pulled down with them. It is a common sight around here, and we don't know when it'll be cleaned up. A live report coming up.
Right now, the wind whipping across the Triad, but we're really watching the threat for dangerous flooding. That starts tomorrow.
Being prepared doesn't mean just inside, outside.
People are seeking shelter from the storm.
And as Hurricane Florence gets worse, we take a look at the impact on seniors.
As Florence violently pushes through our state, you can count on us to keep you informed.
WFMY News 2 at 5 starts right now.
This is a live look at Raleigh, where a press conference is about to get underway with the very latest on the damage already caused by what is now Tropical Storm Florence. We'll bring it to you live when it begins, which is about 5 minutes away.
And we do know that Florence is blamed for killing at least 5 people in North Carolina. A mother and her baby died in Wilmington this afternoon after a tree fell on their home.
Then in Pender County, a woman died of a heart attack this morning. Emergency crews could not get to her because of a downed tree on her road.
And the 4th death is in Lenoir County. Authorities say a 78-year-old man died while trying to plug in a generator.
The 5th is also in Lenoir County in the town of Kinston. A 77-year-old man was found dead in the road this morning. Officials say he was knocked over by the wind. Severe flooding, a reality for our eastern neighbors. Michelle posted this video in Belhaven where the Pungo River is reaching windows like a sea between houses.
President Donald Trump ordered 3,800 federal employees to the Carolinas to help out and rescue people from the storm.
We know 16 Greensboro firefighters employees have been deployed, including some from High Point as well as some from Kernersville.
And Guilford County has 2 swiftwater rescue teams, 16 people apiece. One will go to Pender County, the other will stay here for any possibilities of rescues in the Triad.
Right now we know more than 640,000 homes and businesses have no power across our state, and thousands of crews are coming in from around the country, and they've already arrived too to help out.
Now we do have some video to show you from New Bern in Wilmington. The storm came ashore on Wrightsville Beach and continues to push west into our state.
We have crews all across North Carolina bringing you the very latest information as Florence continues to make its crawl toward the Triad.
The rain is on the way, and we want to make sure you and your family are prepared. Now here's a look at the storm on our weather radar. You can see the clouds swirling all across our state. That radar in Tropical Storm Florence is wide, as you can see there.
It is very, very large. Let's send it over to our chief meteorologist, Tim Buckley. Tim, that storm continues to move our way, and this could be lasting in our area for days.
Absolutely, yes. You know, today, the windy day, and we are seeing some rain bands already, but heading into the weekend, your Saturday and your Sunday, those are the dangerous flooding days. And we are serious about that. Here's one thing I want to make sure you know. Just because Florence is a tropical storm doesn't change a thing for our weather forecast. We've never been expected to get the very high winds here. Instead, all of this flooding rainfall is slowly crawling at a snail's pace. Check this out. Really sobering to see that this is only moving to the west at 3 miles per hour. You can walk at 3 miles per hour. There's the center right there, closing in on Myrtle Beach, just south of Whiteville, North Carolina, and north of Myrtle into Horry County. Here at home, we're getting some of the outer rain bands now from Florence. This one in particular, tracking it from Hillsborough through Chatham County, just north of Siler City, and into Randolph County. And Randolph County, you're one of my concerning counties here as we go through the weekend. I think you're going to have a lot of heavy rainfall. If you're in a flood-prone area, you still have time to ride this thing out as we go into the next couple of days somewhere else. A friend's place, somewhere farther north, somewhere that's not as flood-prone as where you might be. Gusty winds today, they have been in the 45-mile-per-hour range to 35-mile-per-hour range. For the gusts, sustained winds a little bit less than that. But like I said, the wind is really not our concern. The storm is, and it's going to just meander here for a couple of days. This is tomorrow. The real heavy flooding rain will start to move in, especially focusing on the southern Piedmont. And then on Sunday, it travels into the foothills. So my main concern for today is into southeast North Carolina. But for us, Our main concern is Saturday, especially in the southern Piedmont, and then Sunday. As we look at most of our area, we'll have a big concern for major flooding, anywhere from 6 to 10 inches, and you better be ready because it's on its way.
New Bern, North Carolina is one of many places in the state, one of the hardest spots hit right now. You can see here torrential rainfall and a sea of water flowing through streets and between neighborhoods. Police say about 200 people have been rescued so far.
And even a TV station had to be evacuated. WFMY News 2's Adore Achuma joins us live now in New Bern. Adore, the extensive damage is evident out there, and Florence is not done with New Bern either.
The rain is still coming down hard. We are right by, this is a parking lot, or what was a parking lot. You can see all the flood here, and look at that orange barrel there. Look at how high the flood water is. And in the distance, I can hear some clanking. There are boats over there that are being tossed around and clanking on each other. Again, it's a pretty bad situation out here. The governor is speaking right now. We're going to turn it over to him.
North Carolina, with punishing winds and flooding rains. Already today, 3 confirmed deaths are attributed to the storm, and several more deaths are under investigation. This loss of life is devastating. It's devastating to the families and the friends of these victims. The fact is, this storm is deadly, and we know that we are days away from it ending. If you're in the storm's path, take shelter and stay there. And if you've already evacuated to a safe place, please stay put. Now is not the time to try to return home. Many roads across North Carolina are flooded and impassable, and the roads in many areas are getting worse. Resist the urge to go out and check on the damage. We have days of rain ahead of us, and that means more rivers will rise and flood communities. Forecasts predict that the Cape Fear and Lumber rivers will rise as high or even higher than in Hurricane Matthew, and this will cause devastating floods. Earlier today, I issued an order to allow for sandbagging in the Lumberton area, which may help to reduce the impacts. Stay alert for flood warnings, and if you're asked to evacuate, go. More reports of damage are pouring in, and the forecast tells us that we have a lot more of this storm to endure. Here are some of the latest updates. Swiftwater rescue teams and other first responders have rescued hundreds of people in New Bern. Teams from local areas, other states, and the Coast Guard are responding to calls for help, and they are conducting searches of the flooded areas. Even as the storm still rages, if people need help, these rescuers are going out there and doing their best to get to them. More flooding will occur in eastern North Carolina, as well as areas from Fayetteville through the Sandhills all the way to Charlotte. Some of these areas have not flooded before. If you live in any of these areas, pay close attention to the flood warnings and be prepared to evacuate quickly. Rains will be starting this weekend in western North Carolina as well, where they could lead to landslides. And right now we have about 650,000 North Carolinians without power statewide. And the utility companies tell us that this number will keep rising, and they think it could be anywhere from 1 million to 2.5 million people that could eventually lose power. Utilities have brought in crews from other states so that they can restore power as quickly as possible once the weather allows them to do it. And the utilities say the same thing that I said earlier. You can help them by not attempting to return home before you get the all clear. This will allow the thousands of utility workers that are out there risking their lives to restore power more rapidly and safely. We have over 20,000 people in our shelters. We've got about 150 or more. The University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill has agreed to operate a mass shelter on its campus. We already have Wake Forest University that has allowed us to use the Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum in Winston-Salem. We're thankful to these two schools, along with numerous public schools and churches and other facilities that are opening their doors to serve as shelters. We know many people who evacuated from their homes are wondering when they can return home and what their home's going to be like. We know that people are going to need a place to stay, not only for days and weeks, but sometimes even longer. Efforts to get people longer-term housing once the storm has passed are already underway. First responders are braving dangerous conditions today to save lives, and we really thank them. Please help them by not putting yourself at risk. Stay indoors, don't drive through water, don't use generators indoor, and be alert to listen to the radio for warnings about wind, tornadoes, rising waters, or orders to shut off gas, water, and power. If you have an emergency, call 911. Shelter information is available at the Ready NC app or at our website or by dialing 211. Hard of hearing individuals should dial 888-892-1162. And we're grateful for Monica McGee here providing for American Sign Language. Right now, our focus is on saving lives and protecting people. We're still in the thick of the storm and it's far from over. And if the storm hasn't reached you yet, it's still coming. Once conditions improve, we'll have teams with supplies and equipment ready to get out to hard-hit areas and help them start to clean up and recover. We have help here from North Carolina as well as 23 other states, the National Guard, and of course our federal partners. We have food and water and other critical items ready to go to the people who need them. And we have crews ready to clear the roads and make them safe again. We have a lot of people who are ready to help and want to donate. People are reaching out to us. So we have activated the North Carolina Disaster Relief Fund for donations. You can visit governor.nc.gov or text Florence to 20222 if you'd like to help. Part of our team is here. We have Eric Hooks, our Secretary of the Department of Public Safety. Beside him, we have Mike Sprayberry, our Director of Emergency Management. Just to my right, Jim Trocken, the Secretary of the Department of Transportation. We have just behind me to my left, Colonel Glenn McNeil, the Commander of the North Carolina Highway Patrol. We have Albie Lewis, who is our FEMA partner. And we have Major General Greg Lusk, the Commander of the North Carolina National Guard. And, the National Guard. And we have Commander Peggy Britton of the United States Coast Guard with us today as well. I'm first going to recognize Mike Sprayberry for some comments. Mike?
Thank you, Governor. Good afternoon, everyone. The State Emergency Operations Center continues to operate at a level 1 with all of our CERT partners here. I'd like to first thank all of our volunteers for the work that you're doing. You are the bedrock of our response and recovery operation, and we totally appreciate it. As the Governor was saying, the impacts to the state from Hurricane Florence are significant and will continue to be significant. As the storm moves inland, we'll begin to experience unprecedented flooding. We urge all of our residents to log in to our Flood Inundation Mapping and Alert Network, known as FIMAN, at fiman.nc.gov FEMA.gov/Fiman. That's Fiman.
You're watching a live news conference giving us an update on the damage that Florence has already caused and what more we could be expecting over the next few days. Governor Cooper says we are still in the thick of this storm, and he is saying that Florence still has days away. It is still days away from ending. He's reminding us that the Cape Fear and the Lumber Rivers could be growing even higher than what happened during Hurricane Matthew. Swiftwater rescue teams have rescued hundreds of people in New Bern. He's also
Hello, North Carolinians from Hurricane Florence. As always, please make sure you follow the guidance of your local officials, as well as staying tuned to your local media to ensure your situational awareness. Thank you so much for your support of your state emergency response team. Thank you, Governor.
Secretary Jim Trotman of the North Carolina Department of Transportation.
Thank you, Governor. Today's assessments continue to support that significant impacts were due to storm surge and are focused that we're aware of today in Beaufort County, Carteret County, Craven County, and Pamlico counties, where combined we have 33 primary road locations that are experiencing high water and overwash and 30 secondary road locations. We anticipate additional impacts will be identified over the coming days as winds subside, particularly in Onslow, New Hanover, Pender, Brunswick counties as well. We anticipate we'll be able to get assessments started tomorrow when the wind subsides in those locations, probably in the morning, but no later than noon. Additional reports have come in on trees down in Wayne, Harnett, Robertson, Scotland counties as well, but we see no significant impacts to mobility at this time. And we also have initial reports of flooding starting in upland areas in Wake County, to include US 70, Glenwood Avenue, and NC 50, Creekmore Road, as well as NC 55 and Apex. So travel conditions will change rapidly over the coming days. So we ask our citizens to visit dropnc.gov before they travel. As wind subsides, DOT crews will get out rapidly and conduct damage assessments, as well as immediately clear debris and trees.
You can download the app and request help or volunteer your services. Now, the rescue service has been activated 8 times in the past, including during Hurricane Harvey. Services provided rescues for 37,000 people. Alrighty, we have shelters set up all across the state for folks who are evacuating from the coast. Many people moving out of their homes and into the Triad in shelters. More than 24 people spent the night before the storm at the Glenwood Recreation Center in Greensboro. Members of the Red Cross say the rec center is still accepting evacuees.
The Lawrence Jewell Veterans Memorial Coliseum in Winston-Salem is taking in people as well as pets. They have room for about 100 animals. A few are right there right now. Again, the Coliseum does accept pets. This is in Winston-Salem at the Jewell Coliseum. Keep in mind those pets are being kept in a separate area. Let's go now to WFMY News 2's Monica Garcia live in Greensboro, because a lot of people have lost power and Duke Energy crews, they are ready to go. Monica.
You know, we want to reiterate what the governor just said about allowing first responders to do their job, along with linemen, people working to get power back on, because we already know 600,000 people across the Carolinas without power. So what better way to show you or to tell you about it than to show you exactly their tools and equipment that they use to get through. Okay, so we're right outside the Sheraton here at Four Seasons, one of 2 staging areas here in Greensboro. Why does it take so long, a lot of people might say, for my power to to be restored. Take a look at this. This is a bobcat. This is what's utilized to remove that debris. That way these power crews can even get to your house. You've got the track hoe right there. And come over here. Let's look at this. It says oversized load. That's because it has one of these trucks along with it. Look at those wheels. That track is like a tanker. That's made to go over all sorts of terrain. You know, when we're talking about flooded roads, areas by lakes, they can get to it. Finally, they have the claw over there. That's to remove those trees from houses. And then we recognize this. This is the bucket that goes 55 feet in the air. That's what the linemen have to go into to eventually restore power. But they have to wait until conditions are safe and that rain passes through. In Greensboro, I'm Monica Garcia. Back to you guys.
Wind has already picked up and gusting around the Piedmont Triad about 20 to 40 miles per hour. Sherry sent us this photo of a tree down on Fair Grove Church Road in Brown Summit. Crews are working to clean it up.
And with the wind blowing that fast, remember you have to put your belongings inside your house. WFMY News 2's Kevin Kennedy walked all around Greensboro today, heeding that warning. And Kevin, it seems like some folks need a little extra reminder.
Talking about safety all day, kind of hurricane proofing your house, getting light items inside the home or in the garage, then like this, bigger items that won't fit inside, kind of tying them down. You'd be surprised as we were wandering around Greensboro today, how many homes were not ready for this storm.
Right across the street from Vinu Kabadi's house is a bright orange problem. Actually, more than 30 of them.
They are going to fly if wind picks up.
Apparently left out by construction crews, these 3-foot warning barriers wouldn't seem to stand a chance against a 60-mile-per-hour wind blast.
Got a big gust, one of them goes flying and hit my house or neighbor's house or something, it could break something.
This crew not the only ones leaving a lot to chance. House after house decorated with dangerous possibilities, from potted plants and patio furniture to trampolines and tricycles.
When the wind, if it get up to 60 miles per hour, that's going to do some damage.
The house next to Dora Lewis's is littered with trikes and bikes. What's a toy now could quickly turn into something else.
It could be like a bullet coming to you.
Outside Polly Sue Mead's house, there is both caution and concern. She plans to put most everything now out in, but this tree has her worried.
During the last storm we had, the whole center of this tree came down.
As Florence continues to move west, Greensboro is about to get hit, giving you a small window to pick everything up before Florence moves it for you.
Yeah, back live, we showed you this yard in our story. We'll take a look at it now. The homeowner actually coming out here, picking up this yard, certainly in a much safer situation now than it was just about 3 or 4 hours ago. And this is what you need to know. That window in regards to kind of hurricane proofing the outside of your home, certainly shrinking as the storm gets closer and closer to Greensboro. Kevin Kennedy, News 2.
Thank you, Kevin. Right now, we want to toss it over to Maddie Gardner, who's taking a look at all the viewer photos and videos on social media using the hashtag StormTrack2. Maddie.
Yes, Tasia, and we are getting some great content here using that hashtag. I want to show you once again NASA satellite images of just how large this storm was. You can see they took a video. It's about 4 minutes long, but you can check it out for yourself just how large Florence was as it made landfall on Wrightsville Beach. And then a very sobering moment, a powerful moment here as North Carolina firefighters prayed for the mother and the infant lost in this storm. Governor Roy Cooper confirming 3 deaths because of Hurricane Florence so far. This mom and her infant daughter died when a tree fell on their house in Wilmington. We go to one of our reporters, Eddie Randall, who's making his way to Morehead City. And guys, take a look at this photo, a gas pump blown over. This is on Highway 24 East in Jacksonville, completely down on the ground. Think about how powerful those winds must have been to knock down a gas pump. And traveling with them is Adam Vance. More damage just northwest of Jacksonville. Look at this roof. Not on the barn anymore, not on that shed. Clearly, the wind wanted to pick it up and take it somewhere else right now. We're also seeing this, a hospital in Jacksonville, North Carolina that has a hallway full of animals dedicated to keeping not just humans safe during the storm, but their pets. Remember, you can share your photos using the hashtag StormTrack2. We are gathering those here in the Information Center so we can really bring you the moments of this storm. Back to you guys.
Maddie, thank you. Randolph County will likely see major rain and flooding, and folks there are bracing for what's to come.
That's right. WFMY News 2's Patrick Wright is there now as people are starting to gather at a local shelter. Pat, what are you seeing?
Randolph County opened the first shelter at First Baptist Church of Asheboro in downtown Asheboro on Thursday night. Right now, I'm told there are about a dozen people registered to stay there. Two of those people are a married couple I met this morning, James and Mary Seiler. They say that this will be home for the foreseeable future. The couple's been married 50 years and they say they've never had to take shelter because of a storm, but after watching the forecast, they decided not to take a chance with Florence.
I had to make some kind of decisions, we did, to make it so that we will maybe be able to get back home safely after this. I'm hoping that this storm don't do what it said it's going to do, but I mean, if it does, then we're preparing ourselves here.
I'm praying that, God would hold the storm back and that, people won't lose lives or anything, that God will protect us all.
And that shelter is located at 133 North Church Street, again in downtown Asheboro. You need to bring your ID, food, any other personal items you might need. It's also a pet-friendly shelter, but of course for your pet as well, you'll have to bring food and all the items for your pet. Reporting live in Asheboro, I'm Patrick Wright for WFMY News 2.
Patrick, thank you so much. Well, wind and rain still coming down on the North Carolina coast, and severe flooding in the streets and massive waves out to the beach. Many people who live there have evacuated. Others decide to hunker down and ride it out. Earlier this week, we introduced you to a group of seniors from Wilmington taking refuge in the Triad. WFMY News 2's Adrian Broadus found out some of their group stayed behind.
And Adrian, why are some of these folks still in Wilmington, and what else have you learned about the evacuation efforts?
Good evening to you. Some of the folks just weren't healthy enough to leave Wilmington, and that's adding another layer of stress for their friends who are calling this hotel home.
Branches and the road here, the wind has really actually died down.
Most of these are the oaks.
They were talking about eyewall getting closer.
Uh-oh. You hate to see one bending like that.
And a tree has snapped.
Is it hard to watch this video? I don't want to.
Yes, it is very difficult to watch this because Wilmington has been through many storms. It's bad, but I've seen worse. Fran was much worse. We could hear a tree fall and the whole house, brick house would shake.
I hope my big tree right next to my patio is still standing when I get back.
I just hope I have my home when I go back.
The storm anxiety, which some of that is natural. This is life-threatening or can be life-threatening, and that's one of the base diagnostic criteria for PTSD.
What can people do to calm anxiety?
In a time of distress, we definitely need to have that people connection.
When I lived through the previous storms, I was on my own. And now I feel like a princess. I'm being cared for by so many people.
And during the conversation, it's what Betty, the 90-year-old, did not say that stood out. She expressed a great deal of concern about trees falling. If we read between the lines, one might draw the conclusion she knew falling trees could kill. And in Wilmington, Florence turned deadly when that tree fell on a home, killing a mom and her baby. And tonight, as they head to dinner, that's likely going to be the topic of discussion. Back to you.
And weather-wise here in the Piedmont, of course, we're tracking the threat of wind. Yes, it has been a windy day here in our area. However, that's not going to be the main concern for us, and it won't be. We're really going to see the rain as the big concern. As far as winds go, today generally have been gusting between 30 and 35 miles per hour. However, there have been some stronger gusts a little bit closer to the center of the storm from Raleigh, Siler City, gusting to around 45 miles per hour. What I want you to keep in mind, this is just kind of day one here. Friday for us, the first effects of the hurricane, which is now a tropical storm. Now, as we go forward in time, there's where the storm is now. This is on Futurecast. Notice as we head into Saturday, it's continuing to get a little bit closer, and I actually think it's underdoing the amount of rain that we're actually going to see. So if you're in the southern Piedmont, tomorrow is really going to be a nasty day with almost constant heavy rain. Farther north, not as much, but there will be a lot in all of the area. And then on Sunday, as the storm tries to exit a little bit up to the foothills, it really just accentuates the heavy rain because it has to rise above the higher elevations. That squeezes out more moisture, and it makes it a pretty darn dangerous situation. This is the flooding risk for today on Friday. Our risk here in the Piedmont is not as high. I don't expect a lot of it for today. However, for tomorrow, this is the flood risk. South of I-40 and particularly south of US 64, you have the highest risk of flooding in the Piedmont tomorrow. And this doesn't happen that often, so it is a serious situation. If you don't have a safe place to ride out the storm, I would recommend going somewhere else. When you head into Sunday, this actually could be our worst day of weather with the storm trying to exit. As it moves farther north, you're going to see more accentuation of the rain. It's going to get more intense and it's going to last longer. As far as the weekend goes, though, once we get past Sunday, on Monday we will have a few scattered showers and storms remaining, but it will start to wind down. Please be safe out there for Saturday and Sunday.
Our team coverage continues now in New Bern. WFMY News 2's Adori Chumba joins us live now. And Adori, you used to work in this area. Do you even recognize it anymore?
I can tell you this does not look familiar to me at all. I was really shocked seeing all the destruction that I just saw in the downtown area. We were over the Alfred Cunningham Bridge over the Trent River, and really there was no way to get into downtown New Bern. The whole area was overrun by waters pushed in from the Trent River. There's a lot more water than you can imagine, and it was really shocking to see. We've been driving through the city and going into side areas, and just seeing a lot of the trees that have been downed by the winds, a lot of power lines as well. Up the road from us is a school that has been turned into a shelter. A lot of people taking refuge over there as well. And you know, there's a Waffle House right there. You know, the Waffle House Index is something a lot of people talk about. The Waffle House is closed today, just to give you just another perspective on how serious this situation is. And again, this is just off of Highway 70, and you can see some of that flooding right here, and a fire truck is driving up and coming out. So that's all we have for now. Live in New Bern, Adori Chumba, WFMY News 2.
Adori, thank you. Let's look at the radar again. It is huge. It's already hit our coast extremely hard, and it continues to move inland.
The storm moving our way. Of course, preparations continue all across the state. We will keep you informed on air and online.
Like, oh, we can't because it's not coded. We are continuing our team coverage of Hurricane Florence. Take a look at New Bern, slammed hard by the storm. Look at all the water, standing water. People should not be driving through that. Florence is blamed for killing at least 5 people in North Carolina. A mother and baby died in Wilmington after a tree fell on their home. Another death in Pender County. A woman died of a heart attack. Crews were unable to get to her because of a downed tree. The 4th death in Lenoir County. Authorities say a person died when trying to plug in a generator. And in Kinston, also in Lenoir County, a 77-year-old man died after he was blown down by the winds while he was checking on his hunting dogs.
Now there is a huge amount of people all across the state without power right now, not only in the Triad. At last check, we were told about 640 to 650,000 people currently without power. We'll keep updating you as information comes in.
20,000 crews are in town to be able to respond wherever there are problems. Tim Buckley, Florence is not considered to be a hurricane anymore, but that does not matter. It is still a very dangerous storm.
Yeah, I'll answer that right off the bat. Doesn't change our impact one bit. And if you've been out and about today, I know the schools are closed, things like that. The weather has been fine other than the high winds, I understand, but the storm is still headed our way. You've seen the pictures, you've seen our crews out in the eastern part of the state. That's part of the reason why they're there, is to illustrate what is coming here with pictures and visuals so you can understand. This is a huge storm, rain stretching more than 300 miles across this system, and flood warnings are basically in effect from the coast up to Raleigh as they deal with nearly constant rain. That is going to be us heading into this weekend, so it hasn't even begun. We look closer to home, some of the outer rain bands, one of them pushing through Randolph County, another with some showers and even a couple of thunderstorms as a possibility moving through Alamance and Guilford counties right now. One threat that we will watch over the next couple of days at any time, it is possible to get an isolated tornado, just like we're seeing right here. This is up in Granville and Person counties, not in our area yet, but getting closer. If it holds together, we might have to put you on alert in Caswell County. So be advised, a tornado warning could happen at any time. Caswell County, Alamance County, we'll be watching that storm. It's not far away. It could get that way in the next hour, so we'll keep you posted on that. The track on the storm, not really that important right now. It is going to pass to our south, and I know we're not in the cone. However, I just showed you how big the storm was, right? So it doesn't really matter what that track is. We are going to be in the big flooding zone. This is the bullseye for highest rain amounts. However, I'm getting much more concerned for the southern Piedmont here. Anywhere from 10 inches or more is possible in places like Montgomery County. If you're in Randolph County, Chatham, Davidson County, Davie County, or even the foothill communities, from 6 to 10 inches is possible. That's not something that's normal for our area. So the flooding threat is very real. You need to take it that way and make sure you have a safe place to ride out the storm this weekend. If your home usually floods or has ever flooded, it's probably going to flood again this weekend. You don't want to be around for that situation. The main issues come tomorrow and come Sunday. In fact, Sunday might be our worst day as the storm starts to pull away. On Monday, the rain will start to finally let up a little bit, have some breaks in the action, and we'll get a little bit better going into Tuesday of next week. This is a little bit of a busy graphic, but if you look at it, I have your wind threats, power outage threats, tornado threats, and flash flood concerns. We're at right about here. Our biggest threat remains the threat of flash flooding, especially Saturday and Sunday. Highest threat possible. So we will be tracking that for you every step of the way as we go throughout the weekend. A quick flash of 7-day forecast just for posterity. There is hope there will be sunshine coming back next week, but we do have to get through that weekend with major flooding as a real possibility right here in the Piedmont Triad.
Now, if you are just tuning in, we do want to give you a quick recap of what's been happening in our state. Wilmington has been dealing with the eye of Florence all day. Several structures have toppled over like you're seeing here, and flooding is present all over the area.
And speaking of flooding, Lumberton becomes a victim again. The area saw major flooding during Hurricane Matthew in 2016. People there are dealing with it yet again now with Florence. President Trump is expected to visit the areas impacted by the storm next week.
And take a look at this, a rare moment of beauty during the hurricane. Dolphins were spotted in the floodwaters in Wilmington earlier today. Now, we are watching how Florence is impacting our entire state, but we are not forgetting right here at home in the Triad.
Flooding could be a major problem in our area, as you heard Tim say. If you can, share your pictures with us, if it is safe to do so, as videos as well, using the hashtag StormTrack2. Stories and videos like about a man who lived by Buffalo Creek his entire life.
2 Wants to Know's Kevin Kennedy spoke to that man ahead of the storm.
On the corner of Latham and Hamill Road, not far from the banks of Buffalo Creek.
If you look around, you see how beautiful it is down here.
Is the only house Tim Marar has ever known.
Seen a lot of flooding.
His home built in the 1950s. This was then and now. The brick home standing tall in the face of more than 3 dozen hurricanes. One storm.
I was probably a kid. I was probably 9 or 10 years old.
Flooding the house, several inches of water rolling in.
It rained forever. We had really heavy rain.
This community has seen more than its fair share of flooding. Street closure signs at the ready. It's not a matter of if, but when these roads will be underwater.
A little anxious. I mean, it's changed so many times during the past week as far as the amount of rain, the wind.
The flooding along this street so frequent, one family threw in the towel, knocking their house down. An empty lot speaks volumes.
It flooded. It was the first house to always flood.
The city has widened the creek to help water flow, but neighbors still affectionately refer to their community as...
We are the drain of Greensboro. Yes, we are.
It is the lowest lying area in the city and why all eyes will look to the sky. Many already tracking this monster of a storm. They know this area can only handle so many inches.
Everything runs down from up on Battleground. We get all the runoff from up there.
Right now, the creek just a trickle, but it will soon become a river. Tim not planning to do much at first, but that could change.
We'll just keep an eye on the water, see how far it rises. If it comes up into the yard, we'll watch that. If it comes up any further, we might consider taking stuff up in the attic.
Safe ground, one flight up. His house certainly at risk. 60 years after his family built it, Tim hoping Florence somehow spares the house with the bright orange door. Kevin Kennedy, News 2.
Well, social media is vital in breaking news situations in extreme weather conditions, and we're tracking that social media trend using the hashtag StormTrack2. We are able to see instantly what you are seeing and what our reporters are seeing. Aduri Achumba tweeting this out of a flood in New Bern. 150 people had to be rescued this morning because of the floodwaters that Hurricane Florence brought. And then we see this already, a hashtag Pray for New Bern. We're also seeing hashtags Pray for the Coast, Pray for the Carolinas. People already thinking about those communities who are under the floodwaters right now and who certainly have a lot of cleanup left to do. But they're certainly remembering the first responders that are going out to the coast right now. This video by the Greenville Fire and Rescue shows a little girl waving goodbye to her dad as he goes to help people in Hurricane Florence for the next several days. We certainly want to keep those first responders and linemen in our thoughts as they head out to start to help people pick up the pieces here. We're seeing so much video of New Bern right now, just dramatic pictures as well. These floodwaters so far up these street signs right now in New Bern, it's almost hard to believe that this happened so quickly in just a blink of an eye. Florence came through. Another photo here of New Bern right up to the fire hydrant. Again, we want to see your photos and videos when it's safe to do so. Just use that hashtag StormTrack2.
We have crews on the coast. We have others on their way to the coast. WFMY News 2's Eddie Randall is live on the road trying to get to Atlantic Beach. What are you seeing, Eddie?
Hey, you guys, yeah, we've seen a lot. We're actually on Highway 24. We've been driving east. We just left Jacksonville, probably about 10 miles or so back, and then we came across this area right here. This restaurant, Riverside Steak and Seafood, has completely been knocked over, well, this sign at least, and we're in the town of Swansboro. So you can see where this sign was once standing here, completely now knocked over. But we want to bring you guys over here to show you a little more of this damage that we see right here. Take a look at the roof. Pieces of the roof have been completely knocked down. This was on the second story, you can tell right there. Now sitting on the first near some chairs. You can also see right up there where on the second story there was a air conditioner, and now it's just dangling outside of that window. It's still extremely windy out here. We want to bring your attention more so over to across the street where you can see people have boarded up some of their windows and doors as they evacuated. As we were coming to this area, we saw a lot of grassy areas that were flooded. I tweeted out some pictures. We saw a car that was underwater. We've been seeing so much. We've been seeing areas that have been evacuated, windows that have been boarded up. So many downed power lines. That's one thing we have to tell you about. A lot of power lines, so people driving around trying to be extremely careful. You guys, we're going to continue to try to make our way east, and we'll let you guys know what we find. Reporting live in along Highway 24, I'm Eddie Randall for News 2.
Eddie, thank you. Please drive safely. Well, here's another update of power outages across our area. More than 640,000 homes and businesses are in the dark across our state. Most are in eastern North Carolina. Duke Energy expects Florence could cause as many as 3 million outages in the Carolinas. It's been almost 2 years since Hurricane Matthew flooded Lumberton and several other North Carolina communities.
Now Lumberton right in the path again because of Florence dealing with flooding from a large-scale storm. Florence is flooding the city as we speak.
Our Erica Stapleton is out now in Lumberton assessing what is happening out there. And Erica, I see a lot of shovels right next to you.
Hey, you guys, I just want to be clear. On our way into Lumberton, we did not see any flooding. Into Lumberton as we made our way here. We're at the West Lumberton Baptist Church, where about 2 years ago, this whole area was underwater from Hurricane Matthew. That's Interstate 95, and that was actually blocked off because of floodwaters last year. And you can see that there's a lot of crews right here. They're dumping sand into the riverbank, or not the riverbank, excuse me, along the train tracks here to try and prevent any floodwaters from coming into this part of the city. Again, we're standing next to a church that flooded really badly about 2 years ago when Hurricane Matthew came through. They had to revamp it, and they only recently reopened, and a lot of the homes in this area too had flooded out. We took a lap through there earlier today, and a lot of people are still not back in those same homes that flooded during Hurricane Matthew. Now, we are waiting in Lumberton because we're expecting the Lumber River to continue to rise. We did pass the river earlier today, and it was within its banks, at least the portion that we were at. But as you can see, the rain is coming, this wind is picking up, and we are going to be monitoring the river level. You heard Governor Cooper say earlier today that the lumber is expected to rise, and there's going to be water levels maybe even higher than Hurricane Matthew. So we are going to stay on top of that right now. But I do want to show you what people are doing to prepare. You can see all of these sandbags right here at the church. Again, this was an area that flooded really badly, and it took them more than a year, several months to actually recover from that. And now it's something they just have to deal with again. And that's again why these crews are working over here to put sand in place. We're going to see what that can do. And a lot of the people who came out here today, they're actually volunteers. We met a few people who came out to try and help out with this cause right now. So we'll keep you posted. We'll be monitoring the river. Again, we are in Lumberton in the western side of the city that did flood very badly about 2 years ago, but nowhere near that level of flooding that we have been seeing yet. So we'll keep you posted with what you're seeing in Lumberton.
All right, thank you so much, Erica. New Bern is just one of many cities in our state to experience devastating flooding from Florence. You can see in this video shot earlier today, rescues happening on that boat just to see how bad it's gotten.
There's so many rescues, hundreds of them. The city of New Bern tweeted this out. Their bear statues, which are heavy to say the least, were swept away by floodwaters. The wind carried them into different parts of the city.
And our Adoria Chumba joins us now live from the city of New Bern.
So Adoria, you actually had to move because of all the floodwaters.
Yes, that's right. I am right off Highway 70 here in New Bern. This is the James City area, and we've been driving all through the community, just interacting with the residents here and assessing the damage that they're going through. Just in front of me is Old Cherry Point Road. Lots of trees down in that area. Behind me, you can see this is a major highway and the service way right next to it, and you can see the water. Now, this car is going to drive through it. See how high that water is. We've been seeing vehicles just coming across, but going that way, the road is impassable. The water is pretty high over there. Again, the same situation further down in the downtown area of the city of New Bern, where it is completely blocked off because the floodwaters from the Trenton River is so high they have overrun the entire downtown area of the city of New Bern. They actually had to rescue about 100 or more than 150 people who were in that area. Those people did not evacuate, but most of the folks around here did heed that warning to evacuate the city. Again, the rain is kind of like petered off a little bit, but it is not over. It's still going to be coming down because this is just the process when a hurricane or a tropical storm comes through this area. The residents here are familiar with this, but one person I spoke to said he was here when Hurricane Hazel came around, and he believes that this is worse than Hurricane Hazel.
Adori, thank you. It goes to show you the magnitude of the storm. We've been updating you on the outages across the state. We're talking about hundreds of thousands of them, and we're also learning more about the crews responsible for getting the lights back on.
WFMI News 2's Monica Garcia spoke with Duke Energy about those relief efforts. What have you learned, Monica?
Well, I'll tell you what I've learned. They're on standby here in Greensboro. They're waiting for that rain to come through. And just as you guys tossed to me, here's the rain coming through. Finally here in Greensboro. Meteorologists have been telling you about that. Now I'm telling you, get ready for power outages. And I want to tell you why it takes a little bit, up to 36 hours at the very least, for crews to restore your power. First, they have to get to your home. That's where a lot of this equipment you see staged out here in this parking lot here in the Sheraton Four Seasons, that's Bobcat. Then they got to use the track hoe. These are two pieces of equipment that will help remove debris to clear roadways so that these trucks can then come through to restore power. Here's another vehicle they use a lot. This one has a track just like a tank. That way they can get through hard to reach areas that could be flooded, near lakes, all kinds of terrain. Whoop, there goes my hat. And then they have that truck in the distance that has the claw. That's going to help remove those tree trunks from on top of your houses. Just heavy debris that's blocking their passage. And finally, they have to get inside one of those buckets, and that's what we're mostly familiar with, is seeing those linemen clear up in the sky. They go all the way up to 55 feet in the air, but they can't do so until it's dry out. And clearly, you can see by my jacket, it's already raining. The wind has picked up. So right now, what we can do is we can expect power outages, but we also want to make sure we call that 1-800 number, Power On. Let them know that you have a power outage, but then also know that they are on their way. But it takes, like you just saw, a lot of equipment, a lot of manpower, 1,200 right here in this parking lot to do so. In Greensboro, I'm Monica Garcia, where it's now officially raining. Back to you.
Yes, we can confirm here in the Weather Garden as well, as Monica said, raining and breezy. We've been breezy all day. It hasn't been raining much of the day, but these are outer rain bands now from the hurricane, which is no longer officially a hurricane. Hurricane Florence downgraded to a tropical storm. That means nothing for us. We're still going to get the same amount of rain as expected, a prolific amount. There are your rain bands right now, and you got to watch these outer rain bands very closely. Just a couple of You had one of the first rain bands that's starting to abate a little bit right now, but we have a flash flood watch for literally the entire area all the way through the weekend. This is not a short event, it's a long one, a kind of a marathon here as we go through Saturday and into Sunday with the extremely heavy rain courtesy of Florence. Highest wind gusts today generally in Chatham County, 46 miles per hour there. We've been in the upper 30s to 37 miles per hour at PTI earlier today. Sustained winds have been about 10 to 20 miles per hour. Now, where's the storm going? The general motion is going to take it slowly to the west at a rate at which you could walk for the most part, and that is why it's just going to be able to pound with so much tropical moisture. And the heaviest areas, especially as we head into Saturday, going to be focused in on the southern Piedmont. But by Sunday, notice how it's taking a northerly track here. It's going to kind of curve northward, going up toward the foothill communities. That is a huge concern. So the biggest threat for heavy rain today is still closer into the southeast corner of North Carolina. But for tomorrow, it does shift toward our area. Anywhere from Lexington to Asheboro and Point South, you are at a very rare high risk for flooding, and that is a serious situation. You want to be hunkered down tomorrow without planning to do much traveling, I would say, in those areas. The rest of us will have to keep an eye on things as well. Lowest risk in our area is going to be up in Southside Virginia, but heading into Sunday, this is when it makes that turn, that curve, so the flooding risk truly goes into the high range for most of us, especially for those foothill communities, because not only will you have the heavy rain, you'll also have the effects of elevation. When you get that rain to rise, it creates more rain, and actually, they're more flood-prone areas just because of the geography and the valleys. When it rains on the side of a hill, it goes down the mountain and right there into those valleys, which are more flood-prone to begin with. And we'll watch for the mudslides as well in the mountains of North Carolina. So the impacts as we go forward in time, the rest of tonight, it's breezy, it's windy, and we're going to have certainly a couple more rain bands to have to deal with. It is still possible that we have that low tornado threat that we'll have to keep an eye on throughout tonight and into the weekend as well. Now for tomorrow, that flash flooding still going to be our biggest concern, and quite likely, in fact, as I showed you, especially in the southern Piedmont. As we head into Sunday, that flooding threat carries over to more of our area, including the foothills, including anywhere from Winston-Salem to Lexington. We have to watch out. Anywhere from 6 to 11 inches of rain in much of our area. And then on Monday, still finding the threat of a couple of showers and thunderstorms around, lingering, but most of the impacts dying down. This is a busy graphic, I understand that, but I think it's helpful to show you the timeline combined with the severity of our impacts. Flash flooding is by far and away our biggest impact here. Basically, our wind threat is about what you see is what you get at this point. Our winds won't get a lot higher than they are right now. Sure, there could still be some power outages, but I don't know that many of us or most of us will lose power. The biggest threat is that right there, the flooding threat for Saturday into Sunday, and we'll start to get rid of that somewhat as we head into Monday and Tuesday of next week. And speaking of next week, the sun will come out eventually, but we got a couple of rough days to get through in the meantime.
Governor Cooper says there are 150 shelters open all across the state for people evacuating Tropical Storm Florence. We have many of them right here in the Triad. We also have that full list up on our website, WFMYnews2.com, but I do want to have them up on the screen for you so you can get that information and give that information to friends and family who may need it.
and flooding.
Right now it's going to be power outages. We do have some areas that we're going to keep eyes on that are flood prone.
As emergency management crews prepare for heavy rain and high winds, some in Lexington say they aren't too worried.
I really, to be honest with you, didn't even prepare. I felt like we're far enough away from the coast that it's really not that big of a deal. We're going to get some rain.
But others, like those working at Conrad and Hinkle Food Store, are less worried about flooding than they are about the power going out, which would kill the refrigerators.
The coolers will hold their temperature for a little while, but if it's more than that, you know, rules and regulations won't allow it. We have to throw everything away.
The folks here at Conrad and Hinkle say right now all they can do is hope for the best, but they say they've been here since 1919 and they'll continue to be here after the storm no matter what happens. In Lexington, Dennis Ting, WFMY News 2.
Heads bowed in prayer. Florence is now a deadly storm. This was a scene outside of a home in Wilmington where a mother and her infant daughter died because of Florence.
Now, the grief overwhelming to the firefighters that couldn't save them. You're seeing the damage. You're also seeing the heartbreaking images as well. Florence is definitely a powerful storm. We've told you that it would be. There are at least 3 other deaths in North Carolina.
In Pender County, a woman died of an apparent heart attack. Emergency crews could not get to her because of a downed tree in the road. In Lenoir County, authorities say a man was electrocuted trying to connect extension cords outside in the rain. And another 77-year-old man died when he was blown down by the wind. This is a scene we will continue to see throughout the weekend as Florence moves inland and into the Piedmont Triad. We'll be seeing a lot of high water and flooding.
Now, that storm is all about the pounding rain. You can see people being rescued in New Bern, a spot hit very hard today by Florence.
Florence will continue to dump rain all over the Carolinas. Folks, be prepared. The Triad is coming up next.
Power outages continue to climb throughout the state. Now, according to the North Carolina Department of Public Safety, there are more than 639,000 outages all across the state. Duke Energy is expecting that number to grow to as many as 3 million people they expect to lose power. Right now, there are 20,000 linemen on standby. Now, we also want to take a look at the damage left behind. You can see some of the images here, trees and power lines down all over the city of Wilmington. There was gas stations tumbling over there. Everything now a muddy mess because of all the water.
A lot of trees down. You can see damage to houses, debris in the streets. The mayor there says he has never seen a storm like Florence before. It just hammered them for hours. The WFMY News 2 team is out in force. Everyone we have is out covering the storm from the Triad to the coast and beyond. Do not let your guards down. Florence will soon dump a lot of rain here in the Piedmont Triad, Tim.
That's exactly the message to say right now is don't let your guard down. I know it hasn't been that bad yet, but it's still Friday. We're going to be seeing this on Saturday and Sunday. And when I show you the radar, you're going to see exactly what I mean. That big storm is taking up basically all the space that eastern North Carolina has to offer. It's about 300 miles if you measure it from east to west. That's just the rain field. We've already seen the clouds, of course, and the wind. Now, the storm itself still swirling right about here. It's about to cross the state line heading into Horry County. Now, the biggest threats that we have going forward are for flash flooding, but we will watch these initial rain bands particularly closely. Look here. Let's zoom in up to Caswell County. These cells really just about 1 hour ago had tornado warnings on them over in Person County. They're not expected to be doing that right now, but we're going to watch all of these cells very closely. Little areas of rotation like that, or that if they get a little bit stronger, that can sometimes produce a quick, short-lived tornado. And we know how tornadoes can be. I don't expect that they're going to be strong, but even so, any tornado is something that we take very seriously, and you'll get those warnings if they are issued. Please be vigilant on that. Now, these rain bands will continue to kind of spread in throughout the weekend. We have a flash flood watch for all of the Piedmont Triad, and this time tomorrow we'll start to see some of that flooding actually happening. Throughout tonight, a couple more rain bands circulating in from time to time, but the storm itself sort of pushing a little bit to the south. That's why tomorrow the biggest threat for rain is going to be in our southern counties. counties. A couple of bullet points here on Florence. It is now a tropical storm technically, but our impacts remain the same. Major flooding concerns Saturday and Sunday. We'll talk more about locations, specific totals, and another look at radar and wind speeds coming up in just a few.
New tonight, as President Donald Trump will travel to areas affected by Hurricane Florence. White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders said that President Trump's trip will take place next week. Quote, once it is determined his travel will not disrupt any rescue or recovery efforts.
New Bern hit with massive damage throughout the night and this morning and even right now. Take a look at that building. The roof completely torn off, ripped off, just showing the type of power and the force and the winds of Florence. Also, some video from New Bern, known to many of us for its historic downtown. People have been rescued from their homes and from their flooded cars. We're talking more than 150 alone this morning. The storm surge has overwhelmed the city. Power out to most of the area. Prayers to the people out there. WFMY News 2's Adori Achumba joins us live now in New Bern.
And Adori, you've been seeing plenty of destruction from the storm. It looks like almost a river behind you there.
Absolutely. We are right off of Highway 70 in New Bern in the James City community, and this is one of the side streets. And just to give you an idea of how deep this water is, this is about 5 to 6 inches of water, and it goes all the way back down there, and this is duplicated all across the city. Now think about what we've been telling you all day about downtown New Bern and how it has been overrun by floodwaters. We drove up down the bridge, the Alfred Cunningham Bridge over Trent River, and we had to turn around because the road was impassable. The river had overrun the entire Union Park and all the way down to City Hall and a lot of the businesses over there as well. Water coming as high as this along the entire downtown area. It is really depressing to watch all of that. And of course, we drove around the community to see down trees in people's homes. We spoke to a family earlier. They said that when at the height of the storm, they were right off the bank of the Neuse River, and they saw the surge just come in to their property. And again, that's the story all around over here. The rain is still coming down. It's still pretty windy. Now, all of this, of course, heading our way. So just a reminder for folks to take this all this conversation and all this talk that we're having, take it seriously, because this storm has been deadly so far. Here in downtown New Bern, a lot of people heeded to the warning of being evacuated, and some of them were able to get out, but of course rescue efforts had to be carried out to rescue some of those people who were stranded in the downtown area. Again, we're going to stick around here and talk to some of the other residents here and get some more perspective on how they're dealing with all of this.
Well, almost 2 years ago, Lumberton was faced with this: destruction and flooding from Hurricane Matthew and a lot of rescues. Lumberton is still recovering from that powerful storm, and now they are bracing for the damage Florence could leave behind. WFMY News 2's Erica Stapleton joins us live now from Lumberton, bracing for yet another strong storm.
Hey guys, we have a lot of rain, a lot of wind coming down here, and crews are still out here in the midst of this stormy weather trying to put up a barricade for potential floodwaters. This is I-95, that bridge, the road that's going over it. You can actually see a car going over it right now. 2 years ago when Hurricane Matthew hit, that was not the case. This whole area was actually washed out. It was covered in water, and we're actually next to a church. You can kind of see it right over here. This church was flooded. Most of western Lumberton was. You can see they've sandbagged the doors, stacks on stacks of sandbags, and they're doing pretty much everything they possibly can to make sure that they are as safe as they possibly can be and that this building won't hopefully be destroyed again. That being said, too, we have not seen any flooding just yet, We are waiting for the Lumber River. It was still within its banks when we drove over that area earlier today, but there is that potential that it can and will rise as we continue to see these stormy conditions come in. So we're going to keep an eye on that, and of course that is the main source of flooding in this area. So the worst is probably yet to come in Lumberton, but we're going to keep you posted on all of those conditions, especially as crews continue to do all they can in the final hour here to make sure that they're as safe as they possibly can be from the floods. Back to you.
Well, we are monitoring everything that's going on social media here in the Information Center using that hashtag StormTrack2. Already seeing some pretty incredible photos and videos. Of course, emergency crews here in the Carolinas from all over the country. This crew from New York City is shown carrying a man through floodwater. That is just such a powerful picture. This was taken in River Bend, North Carolina. Some more rescues, this time of animals. 2 cats had to be rescued in Jacksonville after they were dumped on Friday morning. And just take a look at these 2 people rescuing those cats from those floodwaters again in Jacksonville. And then this, a gas station in Wilmington. Wait till you see this video once it pops up right there. Do you see how strong this wind is? Hurricane Florence bringing down that canopy at a gas station. Goodness gracious. And we want to leave you with this photo shared from Jacksonville City. People sheltered in their home. A mother's kiss comforting that child as they shelter from Hurricane Florence. Don't forget to share your photos and videos using hashtag StormOn2.
Maddie, thank you. Florence is a tropical storm, but is not showing any signs of slowing down. Here are just some of the scenes from Wilmington. Roofs ripped apart, and even a power pole snapped in half and hanging from the wires. Florence will continue to cause problems throughout our state and even in our area in the Piedmont Triad for the next few days.
Florence has also caused the Blue Ridge Parkway to shut down. Officials are worried about possible rock slides and falling trees and have decided they'll keep the parkway closed until further notice starting at 8 o'clock tonight.
Our Florence coverage continues now in Randolph County. It's one of the areas in the Piedmont Triad that could see a lot of flooding. WFMY News 2's Patrick Wright joins us live now at Randolph County's Emergency Response Center.
Well, the Emergency Response Center really is the heart of Randolph County's response to Hurricane Florence. You've got every imaginable government agency inside ready to respond to emergencies, but they aren't just helping people in this county.
We've worked with some of the counties down east. They've been flooded. They're having problems there on generator. Generators have cut off. So we actually have a few counties that have moved some of their staff up here to our center, and they've worked through the phone companies to have these numbers transferred to Randolph County, and they're actually running the 911 system through Randolph County for some of the coastal counties.
Yeah, Randolph County is currently helping Beaufort and Pamlico counties with their response efforts. So this really is an important hub for hurricane response efforts across the state. Right now, they're watching the storm, of course, ready to respond to anything that comes up. Now, one way people in Randolph County can prepare is to sign up for the REACT system. Once you sign up, the system will send you notifications about any emergencies or dangerous situations around you. You can sign up to get those notifications on the Randolph County government website. And the county's also opened an emergency shelter downtown at First Baptist Church of Asheboro. You can find more information about that on our website, WFMYnews2.com. I'll send it back to you.
And thanks, Patrick, for that report. You know, we really want to start zeroing in here on local weather as we go into tonight, into tomorrow, and into the upcoming weekend, because we are going to get the brunt of this storm. It's just the wind that is really going to start to die down, and the rain that will really start to take over as we head into Saturday and Sunday. One last look at the coast here. We have that storm continuing to spin, and look at here. Here's the center right there, closing in on Myrtle Beach near Whiteville, North Carolina. Now, Raleigh here, the ocean, you can see just how tall and wide this storm is, taking up so much real estate in North Carolina, and honestly, it's crawling at a snail's pace at this time. These are the bands you have to really watch out for, these super heavy rain bands. The greens, you can handle that for a while, but those extra severe rainfall bands coming in from the ocean really are what caused that significant flooding. And that's what we'll be keeping a very close eye on heading into the course of the weekend, where they set up and where they stall. those are the areas that have the best risk for flooding. Right here, right now, my main focus is this rain band right here. You see it, and a little concerning to me that it's starting to kind of break up into individual segments. You see 1, 2, 3. Sometimes those individual segments can add a little bit of rotation. This is very common in tropical systems. Once they get over land, sometimes you can get a very short-lived tornado, and they are usually weaker on the tornado scale. However, a tornado is a tornado, so we'll keep an eye on that. No warnings at this time. You'll be the first to know if one is issued. Of course, we break into programming and give you the greatest coverage we can if that happens. Right now, though, these cells in Caswell County, they are showing at least a little bit of small rotation here. Not enough to prompt a warning, but we'll keep you posted and just be vigilant. These things can change like so fast in a moment's notice, and we will let you know about it as soon as we can tell. Here is in Randolph County. You have another bit of a little shower and thunderstorm moving that way, and into Moore County as well, and Stanley County. All weekend long, we have a flash flood watch shaded in green here on your screen. From north to south, west to east, everybody has a concern of flash flooding, but certain areas should worry more than others. Of course, the biggest bullseye in our state is out of our local area. However, look at you, Montgomery County. Right now, the Weather Service predicting you get 10 inches of rain or more. That is enough to cause severe flooding, and 6 to 10 inches anywhere from the foothills to Winston-Salem, Lexington, Asheboro, Chatham County, Greensboro, more like 6 to 4 inches, but still, that's a ton of rain, and we're going to really zero in on that threat as we head into tomorrow because the storm will slowly be moving westward. The southern Piedmont comes up first for tomorrow. That's where it's most likely that those heavy tropical feeder bands set up, and into Sunday, really concerning that it starts to track up into the foothills because you can get heavier rain mounts when you add elevation into the mix. Today's flooding threat was to our east. Tomorrow, right here at home in the southern Piedmont areas, and into Sunday, shifting over almost all of us. So we should be taking this quite seriously, folks. Your forecast over the next couple of days, flash flooding very likely heading into Saturday and Sunday. If you're in a flood-prone area, you'll want to consider riding out the storm somewhere else because we know and we have seen that flooding can be quite deadly, and we don't want that situation here in our backyard. Next week, drying out and getting into the mid-80s.
Can you hear me? Adrian's mic check 1 2. Adrian's mic check 1 2. Adrian's mic check 1 2. Okay, great. So can you hear me? Okay.
Here, can I have you stand right there?
So when I toss the sign, I'll make it really clear. I'll say, listen in.
On how seniors are dealing with Florence as it begins to make its presence heard here in the Triad.
Well, good evening to you. You know, throughout the day, we've seen some of the devastation up close and personal from our colleague Chad in Wilmington. A lot of the folks that you see behind me right now enjoying a meal are from Wilmington, and their hearts are heavy. Some of their friends are still in Wilmington. They were not able to leave. They were not able to escape the path of Florence. Many of you at home watching and listening might be asking why. The reason behind the why is very clear. Listen in to the executive director from their retirement community, Plantation Village.
What we look at is the acuity level, what sort of needs they might have, medical needs typically. So if somebody has oxygen, we want to make sure that we're not creating more of a risk by transporting those folks.
And the trip from Wilmington to Greensboro was 8 hours for this group. It normally takes about 4 hours, so that drive was just too much of a risk for some of the residents to make. Meanwhile, they say they won't be leaving anytime soon. Back at their retirement community, Plantation Village, they don't have power. The executive director told me the utility crew responsible for restoring their power is here at the hotel. So he said they won't be leaving until the utility crew leaves. For now, they're trying to escape reality and enjoy a nice meal this evening. Back to you.
Adrian, thank you. We have some programming changes tonight on WFMY News 2. CBS is extending its Florence coverage to 7:30 tonight. CBS News until 7:30 tonight. Wheel of Fortune will air overnight at 1:37 a.m. Jeopardy will air tonight at its normal time right here on WFMY News 2. Our Florence coverage continues now. We have a crew heading to Atlantic Beach, but WFMY News 2's Eddie Randall is running into obstacles along the way. And as you can see, we're having some technical difficulties. We'll try to reconnect with Eddie in our later newscast. But in the meantime, let me tell you about floodwaters. People in Wilmington, some of them still driving through it anyway. They were fortunate enough to not have their cars swept away, but there were at least 150 water rescues and other rescues in Wilmington, in New Bern today. Keep this in mind though, you should never drive through any flood water. Just 6 inches of water can stall your car and cause you to lose control. We're telling you this because Florence is going to be heading our way and you have to be extremely careful. A foot of water can cause a small car to float. 2 feet can wash away most vehicles. Rescue crews say if you see water on the roadways and you're not sure how high it is, don't chance it. You know the saying, turn around, don't drown.
All right, cool. Yeah, because we're about to head out.
You, especially watching over Caswell County and Person County right now. If any warnings are issued, we'll have coverage for you constantly. And of course, flooding coverage tomorrow and Sunday. Please be safe out there. Flooding is really dangerous.
Rain picks up tonight. We'll stick around until maybe Monday afternoon. Stay with us. Good night.
The news is brought to you by Green Lincoln of Greensboro, the #1 Lincoln dealer in North Carolina 4 years in a row.
Areas in the Triad are at risk of heavy flooding. At least 5 people are dead after Florence touched down in the Carolinas. 2 of the victims were a mother and baby. President Trump is expected to visit the areas impacted by the powerful storm in coming days. It's not clear, though, exactly where the commander-in-chief is set to visit. For the latest on Florence's track, let's head to Chief Meteorologist Tim Buckley.
Well, right now, Taisha, we're actually starting to see the first rain bands here in the Triad. It's beginning to rain more heavily, and as the storm continues to get a little bit closer, that's when those flooding concerns will start to really arise. I want to take your eye on this situation right here. We got a couple rain bands in Alamance County. You have a flash flood warning now all the way through 1 in the morning, and we also have downpours in Guilford. More on this coming up.
We'll be back in 1 hour, but the Florence conversation continues right now on WFMYnews2.com and our Facebook page. Join the discussion using the hashtag StormTrack2.
And for those of you still with us here on our digital platforms, both on Facebook and of course on WFMY News 2 or on the News 2 weather app, we thank you for joining us. We're going to have some extended coverage here just about what Florence is doing now, where it's going, what our concern level is, and what you should be watching as we go through the weekend. Let me show you the latest storm radar here. This is a big storm. The center is still right down here close to the North Carolina, South Carolina border. So this is really a big system, about 300 miles from north to south, east to west. That is not something we see all the time here in North Carolina, and it's headed farther inland. That's the really odd part about this storm. And the really bad part is that you take the storm and you shove it into these inland areas where it's going to have to just put a lot more flooding rain down before it winds down on Monday. So we got a long haul here. This is just the beginning. In fact, right now, some of these tropical feeder bands, some of the outermost rain bands of the storm are starting to rotate in. Look at this, coming in through Caswell County, down to Guilford County and Alamance County. There's actually a flood warning now, flash flood warning for Alamance County and some other parts of our area. Here is a close-up view downtown Greensboro, getting some of this heavy rain to the north, also overextending toward High Point and PTI and the Palladium area down in the High Point vicinity. One thing Taran and I are going to be watching here in studio over the next several hours, and truthfully over the next couple of days, will be the risk of a couple of small but short-lived tornadoes that can form sometimes in these tropical rain bands. You'll see right here, for example in Yanceyville, there's a little bit of rotation there indicated by the reds next to the greens. Similar story here in Guilford County, a little bit of rotation. Not strong enough to make for a tornado warning, but something we really got to be looking out for as we head throughout the rest of the storm. This is Futurecast over the next couple of hours. It takes that threat of the rain bands a little bit farther to the west, but if you're in the foothills tonight, you're not going to get much rain, if any, to be honest with you. And by tomorrow morning, we'll start to see the storm mainly affecting our southern counties. It's not going to move a lot. So Saturday morning, the heavy rain threat really is focused on the southern Piedmont areas. Now, the rainfall forecast has only gone up for much of our area, especially as you go south of I-40. This is the big concern down by Wilmington and Lumberton and Fayetteville, upwards of 15 to 20 inches of rain. That just doesn't happen all that much, folks. But even in our counties, from Greensboro south, anywhere from 6 to 10 inches is possible. Also to the west, 6 to 10 inches is possible for the foothills as well. And in this general area, the southern Piedmont itself, 10 inches or higher. That includes Montgomery County, Moore County, and places like that. Now, here's the Futurecast over the broad scale. Now, for tomorrow, we're really looking at that heavy rain threat mainly being in the southern Piedmont. It's crawling, moving slowly. But by Sunday, this is a big concern as we see the storm pull a little bit more to the north and to the west. That's when you get that tropical moisture right up against the mountains, and the mountains are very prone to flooding. Today's flooding risk was over here, closer to the coast. Tomorrow's flooding risk is closer to us, right here in the southern half or southern third of the Piedmont, basically anywhere from 64 south in Davidson County, Randolph, Montgomery. You got to take it seriously. Can't be driving through roadways. And if you live in a flood-prone area, I'll just tell you right now, it's going to flood, especially south of I-40. So keep that in mind for tomorrow. Heading into Sunday, more of us are in this high-risk scenario of big-time flash flooding And so you really got to make sure if you're at any risk of flooding, maybe go somewhere that's safer, a shelter, a friend's place, things like that. You don't want to be putting yourself in harm's way when the water starts to rise a little bit. Here are your impact graphics over the next couple of days. We head into tomorrow. Good risk of some flash flooding out there on Saturday. We talked about the locations, mainly looking at the southern Piedmont here. And then Sunday, flash flooding going to be likely again over a bigger chunk of the area. I actually think that Sunday is going to be our worst day as far as weather concerns go in the Piedmont Triad. And then on Monday, we'll start to see this rain winding down a little bit, maybe a couple of peaks of sunshine by the afternoon, but there will still be some showers or even a couple of thunderstorms lingering here in the Piedmont. As far as the impacts go, let's kind of show it to you in this kind of a graphical format. You'll notice color coded here as we go throughout the course of the weekend. The biggest concerns that we are going to have are coming in your flash flood concerns. The threat of power outages is still there, but not quite as high as we once believed. High winds, they'll still be with us as well over the next couple of days for your Friday and Saturday. But basically what you see is what you get. From today, our winds have been gusting in the 30 to 40 mile per hour range, and they'll continue to do that heading into tomorrow. It's just that flash flood threat which gets so scary high, truthfully, Saturday night into Sunday morning. That's our biggest concern. It won't last forever. We will get sunshine most of next week, but before then, it's all about kind of hunkering down, being ready for anything that comes our way, and honestly, the expectation that we're going to have some devastating flooding in parts of our area. So that's just a huge concern for us here in the Piedmont, Tasia.
Yeah, and we're looking at the isolated tornado chances.
Sure.
Because a lot of people are asking us about that.
Right.
And the threat, it's there.
It is there, and you know, earlier in this afternoon and into the evening hours, a little bit north, a little bit east of our area, we had a couple of tornado warnings already. There have been several in other parts of North Carolina so far, closer to the coast, closer to the Triangle area, the Raleigh area. But we can't rule that out here. That's a possibility as we go through tonight, tomorrow, even on Sunday. It's not a high threat, and I know we're spooked by it, and understandably so, by the tornado that hit Greensboro and Rockingham County earlier this year. It won't be something like that that's long-lived over 30 miles, but it is possible you could get some short-lived bursts that create a quick tornado in some areas, and we might have some warnings to pass along for you for that in the next couple of days. So you can see on radar right now, these outer rain bands, those are the ones, they can just get a little bit of an extra spin, and it doesn't take much. It's already moving fast. If you can just spin it a little bit, you can get a quick tornado to form, and that's when you start to get into trouble with these tropical rain bands.
Yeah, and I know a lot of folks are asking about, winds in Winston-Salem, what's going on in Winston-Salem, and I did want to let everyone watching know that we have a reporter being sent to Winston-Salem right now. From what we know, there was a car that fell on a tree because of the wind gusts. Blew the tree over. Yeah, so it is pretty serious. Of course, we're going to try to get that information out to you as much as possible. We're told the tree fell on top of the car as it was driving.
Wow.
Very scary. Very scary.
That's so unlucky. And we saw that back in April with the tornado.
With the tornadoes, yeah. So we're saying 2 people right now, 2 cars involved, 2 people transported to Baptist with injuries. So that is something that we will continue to give you more information on, and we have the picture. It is striking to see. We're working on putting that on our digital platforms, but I did want to relay that information to you. We're talking about Hurricane Florence and the effects, the wind and the rain. Our ground is very soggy right now, so we could see more.
Well, it's going to get soggier by a good deal. It hasn't even rained that much yet, honestly. We've had less than half an inch of rain over most of the area today, and so the threat of downed trees is going to go up a little bit, and that's going to factor into the power outage concern. I don't expect that the winds will get much higher than they have been. In general today, they've kind of been on the order of 35 to 45 mile per hour wind gusts. I don't think we'll have more than that over the next few days, but still something to keep an eye on. We're really concerned mostly about the flooding threat that for tomorrow is going to be in the southern Piedmont and then really over most of our areas come Sunday. So we got ourselves a doozy of a storm headed our way, and we really should take it seriously.
All right, I do want to correct myself. People, you're correcting me on Facebook. Thank you for keeping me accountable. tree on a car.
Yes.
Just put that out there. Right. Cars don't really fall on trees. But we do have our reporters all across North Carolina. We want to go now to Adori Achumba, who is live in New Bern. She has been dealing with a lot of flooding and is really giving us a good look at just exactly what is happening in that area. Adori, what are you seeing right now?
Guys, we are still on just off of US 70 in New Bern, North Carolina. It is still raining. It's let up just a little bit, and we have seen some emergency vehicles and power trucks and bucket trucks go up and down the highway. I spoke to one of the rescuers, and they say they have been busy all day with their boats rescuing folks on the other side of downtown New Bern. We showed you video from that earlier today. It's pretty overrun with water. The entire Union Station Park is, the water is just beyond comprehensible right now, and the road impassable. So they're asking folks to keep away from that area. We've seen a couple of people driving up and down. You know, Gawk is trying to go and survey the area. Officials are saying stay away from that area. It's very dangerous, and you know, you could get hurt doing that. Now, this is one of the side roads here. You can see, just to give you some perspective on what we're talking about, this is a side road here next to the major highway, and the water goes way back down there. It's pretty much a river in the middle of the road, and this scenario is replicated all across the city of New Bern. Again, this is a condition throughout today. The rain has been coming down. Earlier in the day, it was very, very windy. We spoke to some neighbors who had down trees all over their neighborhood, down power lines. Some of them very, very concerned because they were right off the Neuse River bank and just saw the storm surge and the storm surge there, and it was just really, really scary for them. One of the other neighbors that I spoke to told me that he was here when Hurricane Hazel happened, and he feels, based on what he has seen, that this is worse than that.
All right, thank you so much, Adori. I mean, earlier when she was out there, it looked like a river was flowing behind her.
Yeah, well, and that's really what it is too. You know, the Neuse River's right there, very close to New Bern. That's right on the city shores. And what happens in these storms is the wind just blows it, honestly, in the opposite direction. And so it's reversing course and moving into the city. And that storm surge, you know, just several feet high. So a dangerous spot for New Bern, and most of their flooding so far has been from the river rather than from the rain, which, you know, makes a lot of sense to us. We don't see that much because we are away from the coast, but definitely one of the hardest hit spots that we know of so far. We're going to see a lot more of that in the state and even in our area, quite honestly, with flooding concerns growing heading into tomorrow and heading into Sunday over the weekend.
I mean, you're taking a look at this video. This is a water rescue from earlier today in New Bern, and Adori, when she was out reporting live for us, she's been there all afternoon. She said that the Waffle House near her was closed.
Yes.
And it sounds funny.
Right.
Why does it matter that the Waffle House is closed? But there's actually something called the Waffle House Index, and it's a way that crews are able to kind of determine just how bad the damage is, because Waffle House will open up, you know, for as long as they can. Yeah. So when the Waffle House, I know this sounds very comical, but I know when the Waffle House closes, that's when you know it is serious business. So right near where Adori was, just up the street, that Waffle House there closed.
It's just scary. You know, it's scary and it's sad. But you know, people, hopefully we're showing those images and you're able to kind of understand, gosh, you know, this is really serious. And you know, folks in our state are hurting, and they're, you know, going through some of the toughest times that they'll go through. A lot of people have loved ones. Maybe you have loved ones that live out at the coast and chose to ride out the storm. Hopefully you've heard from them. Hopefully they're okay and they're doing fine now. But these are stressful times, and they're going to continue to be a little bit more stressful over the next couple of days as we continue to face that big flooding concern here. So we'll get through it together, but certainly be thinking about your neighbors as we go forward through the course of the weekend.
All right, and we have been asking you all week long if you want to share photos and videos with us. Please do, of course, only when it's safe. We're asking you to send your photos and videos. You can post them on social media using the hashtag StormTrack2. You can help us see what's happening everywhere in the state. You can also send your pictures and videos to, is it the web team at WFMY?
My photos
My
at
photos.
WFMY.com. That's
My
right.
photos at WFMY.com. You can also use that hashtag StormTrack2. Again, we've been doing these hourly updates on the hour for at least 24 hours. So we will continue to do that. We will be back here at 8 o'clock tonight with more on what is now Tropical Storm Florence. But Tim, before we leave, do you have any parting words?
Just make sure, I see a comment right here just a couple before. I don't think it's going to be that bad in Greensboro. It's not that windy and it's not raining that much. Please don't get complacent. I know it hasn't been bad yet for most of us. However, it just takes that rain to shift, and it's going to shift. You'll see it over the course of the weekend. This can happen fast. So if you're not taking the flooding seriously, at this point, you only have yourself to blame. The officials, the governor have been warning people. We've been warning people. Everyone else has been getting the word out. The serious flooding threat is something we don't see hardly very often in our area. And forecasting between 6 to 10 inches of rain, I haven't done that since I worked here in the Piedmont. And I probably won't do it again for a very long time. So it's a serious situation.
It's a serious situation with flooding and power outages as well. I know our latest track on the numbers was somewhere around 680,000 across the state.
Basically, everyone at the coast is without power for the most part.
Right. Right. So a dangerous situation. Of course, we will continue to keep an eye on that for you. We will wrap it up here on Facebook Live, but we will be back here at 8 o'clock with another update on Florence.
I'm Julie Luck with your 1-minute tracking Florence update. 3 top headlines for you. 1, Florence is being blamed for at least 5 deaths, including a mom and baby when a tree fell on their home in Wilmington. President Trump will visit areas impacted by Florence sometime next week, and more than 680,000 power outages in our state, mainly in eastern North Carolina. Florence is inching its way into the triad. Let's go to meteorologist Taran Kirksey for the very latest.
Yeah, Florence is getting closer and closer, and some of the rain's moving on in right now. Alamance County under a flash flood warning until 1 a.m., so that's something we'll track carefully for you. The max sustained winds down to 70 miles per hour, but the rain, that is going to be the bigger issue as we head through the next few days. We'll keep you updated.
We will be back in 1 hour, but the Florence conversation continues right now on WFMYnews2.com and also on our Facebook page. Join the discussion using the hashtag StormTrack2.
All right, folks, thank you so much for joining us on our digital platforms here as we continue to talk about Tropical Storm Florence. I know there's a lot of focus on the winds, and yeah, the max sustained winds near the center right there on the North Carolina, South Carolina border, 70 miles per hour. But the wind is not going to be the huge issue for us. Flooding is going to be the bigger issue. So let's go ahead and I'll step out of the way and show you radar right now. And radar is getting a lot more active. You see those major rain bands sweeping on through. And as I zoom into the area a little bit closer here, you can actually see the rain moving into parts of the triad. We do have that flash flood warning that's in effect for Alamance County. That does go until 1 a.m. The heaviest of the rainfall for you all right now is really for the southern part of the county. That's why they issued the flash flood warning. So we'll watch that. We also had a few downpours move through Greensboro, and we're starting to see some more showers to the north as well. The area of most concern, though, is still going to be the southern part of our viewing area, at least in the short term here, as we're expecting a lot of rain to move on into portions of Randolph County and also portions of Montgomery County overnight tonight. And as we look at that threat, I really want to show you the threat levels that we're going to be seeing as we go through the next couple of days. Again, big storm. It's going to slowly move on off towards the west. Futurecast model has a decent handle on the movement, but it's kind of underestimating the amount of rain that I think we're going to see. So the rain continues to spread into the area as we head through the day tomorrow. As we go on into Sunday, we continue to have rain around, and we can even have rain in some spots as we go into Monday as well. Rain forecast, this is what you need to see. The highest rain totals, of course, down there between Wilmington and New Bern. But for us, we have some pretty significant rain totals to look out for as well. For the most part, just think of it like this in general. Lower rain totals to the north, higher rain totals to the south, but everyone will see rain and everyone will have some level of a flash flood risk, but of course the risk is going to be higher from I-40 to the south. As you head down into Montgomery County, there could be a couple spots that see more than 10 inches of rain from this system. As far as our risk of flooding, today the biggest risk is still off to our east, but tomorrow we're going to see that start to slide closer to us. Red is an area that we have to worry about. That's a moderate risk of flash flooding. And then in the purple, that's an even higher risk, again, mainly along and south of I-40. And then just about everyone's in that high risk for Sunday as the system starts to kind of round the corner there. And we begin to see the flooding issues begin to develop for the foothills and for the mountains. So Julie, you know, that's the big thing here. We just want to continue to encourage folks not to forget about the flooding threat. A lot of people are focused on the winds, but flooding is going to be a bigger issue.
And not only focusing on the winds, a lot of people are just kind of focusing on the term of what we are calling Florence.
Yeah.
Yes, it has been downgraded to a tropical storm, but even though it's no longer being called a hurricane, doesn't necessarily make it even less risky. Oh, no. And right now, also, please keep commenting on our Facebook page. I'm monitoring your questions right now. Ask away. Tran's going to tell you a little bit more about this forecast. But again, we're talking about, even though it is a tropical storm, do not take it lightly. You want us to go to Erica right now? Okay, you know what? Before we get to that, our team coverage continues across the Triad as well as across the state. WFMY News 2's Erica Stapleton is live now in Lumberton that is also getting hit by Florence right now. Erica.
Hey, Julie. Things here are still picking up. It's gotten a lot worse since we've been out here, probably about 5 hours or so. And we're actually in the western part of Lumberton right now. We haven't seen much in terms of flooding. There's been some puddles starting to pool. But what they're doing right here, this is right under 95. We tried to make sure you could see at least a little bit. They've been bringing dump truck after dump truck after dump truck of sand. They're trying to build a makeshift levee here to block any water that could be coming over from the Lumber River into this western part of Lumberton. And the reason they're doing it here is because this whole area was completely flooded out about 2 years ago when Hurricane Matthew came through. Of course, that brought a ton of flooding to this area that had lasting impacts. Some people still hadn't even moved back into their homes, and now there is this coming through here with a very similar risk of flooding. The river has not risen beyond the banks at this point in time. We did a whole lap around Lumberton earlier today, and we did not see the river going over the banks. It looks like there had been a lot of measures put in place to try and prevent that. There were a lot of piping systems along the riverway to hopefully maybe flood out some of that water so it doesn't go into the community and kind of drifts away.
As you can see, we lost our connection with Erica Stapleton in Lumberton, but as you could see, the conditions are deteriorating in Lumberton. And we're also watching Lumberton closely because that area has seen flooding before. We're talking about the Lumber River. Governor Roy Cooper says that river could be even higher than how it crested during Hurricane Matthew. That was 2 years ago. Hurricane Matthew was devastating to the Lumberton area. We are still following you on Facebook as well as on WFMYnews2.com. So keep asking your questions. For those of you who are just joining us, we cannot let our guards down. So Tran, for the people who are just joining us, let's go over what to expect in the Piedmont Triad because Florence is now coming into our area. You can feel the winds out there. It's been very gusty. We are going to feel more and more rain as the night progresses.
Exactly. You know, the rain has been moving closer and closer to us. I'll zoom on in here. You notice those outermost rain bands have started to sweep across the Triad. As if you've been anywhere outside or even kind of looked outside around 5, 6 o'clock this evening, in Greensboro and Winston-Salem, you heard the rain. The winds picked up a little bit as well as those rain bands moved on through. But the majority of the consistent rainfall still just off to our east. You see it across portions of Chatham County on into Orange County, and especially in Wake County, Durham County. They're dealing with heavy, heavy rainfall. The rain started there a little bit earlier this afternoon, and it has not stopped yet. Just take what they're dealing with right now and put that right on top of the Piedmont for tomorrow. That's what we're going to be expecting, and flooding again is going to be the main concern that I have. We'll still have a few wind gusts, 30, 35, 40 miles per hour from time to time that could cause a few power outages, but on top of that, we have a major threat for flooding. I'm going to go ahead and walk you through the timeline here of what we're expecting, not only across the Triad, but really across the majority of the area. All right, so here we go. For tonight, basically what you're looking at is the winds continue to be an issue, and we start to see those outer rain bands moving on in. And then the rain becomes more consistent Saturday and Sunday. Those are the two big days that I'm concerned about, and if I want to pick one over the other, Sunday could be a little bit worse as far as more of us seeing that consistent rainfall. But either way, you need to have your guard up Saturday and Sunday. If you live in a low-lying area, it might not be a bad idea to stay in a safer place during the course of this weather event. And then Monday, we'll start to see things finally begin to wind on down. Can't rule out an isolated tornado at any given time with some of these rain bands moving through. When tropical systems make landfall, sometimes they produce tornadoes. We've watched a few tornado warnings issued today around the Raleigh area. We could be in for that, not only tonight, but really as we go through the next few days. So that's something we'll watch carefully. But way above any of the other risk as far as the widespread nature of the threat will be flash flooding. If you see right there, we have the purples in for Saturday and Sunday for high threat of flash flooding.
Yeah, the high meaning the red, but especially that purpley pink, and that covers Saturday, mid-Saturday, all the way into Sunday, even close to Monday. So, folks, it's all spelled out for you right there. Tim Buckley, Turan, you have all this information posted on your Facebook pages as well. So go over there if you want to just kind of download that graphic. It is really great to utilize because then you can kind of map out what to expect. Here's the thing, folks, even though that track is moving south and then it's going to kind of dip up and go north, that does not mean we are in the clear. It is that cone. And not only that, look how massive Florence is. What is the width now? It's more than 350.
Oh yeah.
I think it's gone beyond that now.
It's gotten a little bit bigger. You know, sometimes when the storms make landfall, you end up getting the expansion of the size of the storm. I'll kind of measure it across here. So we're looking at if it loads for me. There it is right there. Yeah, about if we add
you have
the
to go even
outermost bands,
higher.
let's say about 300 miles or so across. So this is a very large storm, and the heaviest of the rainfall tends to be to the right of the center, in this case to the north of the center, and that's exactly where we're going to be at.
We're looking at some pictures right now. This is along the coast. Last we checked with New Bern, we were told that there have been about 360 rescues in New Bern alone. Also at last check, there are about 680,000 power outages in North Carolina, and that number is expected to grow. So keep your eyes on that. But Turan is saying, you know, the big thing is not going to be the power outages, not saying we're not going to have power outages in the Piedmont. It is about all that rain and all that flooding. Also looking at videos of more rescues, we unfortunately have to tell you that there have been at least 5 people who've died connected to Florence, and 2 of them simply just heartbreaking. A mother and baby died in Wilmington when a tree crashed on their house. So I understand that we might not be getting that 20 inches of rain like the coast did, but it kind of gives you an indication of 10 inches of rain in the Southern Triad.
That's
Plus, it is a lot.
That's a lot.
And you know what, in seeing these pictures, it kind of hits it close to home because we potentially could see video just like that here in our area.
Oh yeah, you know, we have those parts of the Triad, parts of the Piedmont that flood with 1 or 2 inches of rain, right? If you just have a regular thunderstorm moving through. Multiply that by, at a minimum, 2 or 3, okay? But for some folks, again, 10 inches, big time problems. 5 inches of rain, still causing problems, okay? And once all is said and done and Florence is out of here, 20 years from now, I think more people are going to talk about the flooding aspect of this storm than the wind aspect of the storm. And certainly, you know, you have to take hurricanes seriously, and the winds did cause some damage. You can see it right there, some of the video from the coast, but the rain is a more widespread issue, and it can be a longer lasting problem that takes longer to recover from.
Not only that, because Florence is moving so slowly. That's why we're going to be continuing to get pounded and pounded over several hours. Carmen is asking, flooding severe Sunday to Monday. The flooding threat is Saturday into Sunday.
Yep, Saturday and Sunday are the 2 days.
People are also commenting on our Facebook page, explaining what they're seeing right now. Jamie's saying, she's saying it is windy in Greensboro. Wind and rain in southwest Greensboro. I'm scrolling up. High Point, Catherine saying, High Point getting nothing but light rain right now. Just scrolling through your stuff. Stand by. I like Jamie. Jamie says, hashtag Carolina Strong. We're with you right there. All right. Okay. You know what? J.A. Smith is saying, will there be tornadoes? There is a slight risk because of the location of where Florence is right now and to the relationship with our proximity and our location to the to Florence.
Yeah, basically Florence is spinning, right? So that's imparting what we call, you know, vorticity, or just spin in the atmosphere. You combine that with the fact you have frictional forces, and
vorticity.
You start, there you go.
I've learned something new today.
You start seeing the winds above the surface are moving in one direction consistently, and then the friction at the ground is causing the wind near the surface to want to turn back in towards the center of the storm a little bit more. So yeah, those two layers of the atmosphere, with the wind moving in different directions, you start to get some turning in the atmosphere, and that's when we start to see the potential for tornadoes. And it's a common thing in tropical cyclones when they're making landfall for that to happen. We've had a few tornado warnings. I don't think I've heard of any confirmation of any tornadoes, but we've been watching velocity carefully, and I'm looking at it now, and I'm not seeing anything that's too concerning, but there are a few spots where the showers are trying to rotate just a bit, and that's something else to keep in mind. With this situation, we could have tornadoes from tropical showers, okay? We're not talking about thunderstorms, but there's just so much spin in the atmosphere that a few of these light showers could produce tornadoes. The good news in this is typically, not always, but typically tornadoes that are produced by tropical cyclones are short-lived and tend to be weaker, but not always. And that's why we're going to take care to make sure that we are looking at radar carefully and keeping you updated. Tim and I are going to be here, and then we'll have Ed and Eric in
here, and we have extended team coverage as well.
Yeah,
our producer is talking to us. Miles, go ahead. Okay, so we're still answering your questions. We wear our earpieces so the producer can give us some direction. All right, still looking at your comments coming in. Turn up your volume. Oh, you're talking to someone else. Okay, people are asking about power outages. When could they come? They really could be coming.
We've already had a few today.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's just going to be the case. We're not expecting widespread power outages, but from time to time, if you get one tree knocked over in your neighborhood, that could cause a localized power outage. So just be prepared for the possibility, and just hope that your neighborhood isn't one of the spots that has to deal with that.
Yeah, I just missed. I saw somebody post that they had a tree just fall in their yard today. Hold on, I'm trying to go back. So many comments of your comments are coming in. I'm running out of
right there,
space.
Lydia?
There it is.
Yep.
Lydia says, in Madison earlier today, one of my pines in my yard uprooted and fell. So not only that, we've had some wet weather. I mean, during the summertime, we have these summertime storms. So there's only so much the ground can take.
Exactly. The ground, if we didn't have any type of rain, or if we were really dry, the ground will be like a rock, right? It's going to lock those roots in tight. But when you have a lot of rain, and we've had a fairly wet summer, the ground's a little bit looser, it's a little bit muddier, if you want to think of it like that. And so the roots, since they're a little bit looser, it's not going to take as much wind to knock them over. And with more rain on the way, that's just going to loosen up the roots some more. So just expect in the coming days, we're going to have trees that are knocked over. In fact, in Wake County, a lot of trees have been knocked over there today, and they have a lot of power outages in Wake County because of that.
And not only that, Angela is saying she lives in Winston-Salem. She is out with power right now. A tree out blew out a power line. So these power outages can really happen. And over the next few days, how about in terms of wind speed? Is it going to be pretty much the same for the next few days?
Yeah, pretty much what we've had today is what we're going to expect as we go through the next few days. The max wind speed in the area officially right around 37, 38 miles per hour, but that's at those official reporting stations. Those aren't everywhere. There are probably a few spots that got up to 40 to 45 briefly. So expect that level of wind again tomorrow, and then the winds will start to die down a little bit as we go through Sunday, and even more as we go on into Monday.
Before we get going, can you bring up that one graphic again regarding the rain totals? Because I want people, we're getting questions about their specific city. All right, Trent's going to pull up this map. And I want you to take a good look at it as it loads.
Yeah, it's
Stand
gonna
by.
load up real quick here.
Okay, so we're going to load this up. Okay, see, you know where you live, okay? Find where you live on this map, all right? And that's around how much rain you're going to get. So in the northern triad, you can get 4 to 6. Central, maybe a little further south, Greensboro south, 6 to 10 inches, but even further south, like Montgomery County, Randolph County, possibly even Davidson County could get even more than that, all right? So I know you guys are saying, I'm only getting a little mist right now. We're just getting started here. This will be continuing for several days. Florence might not leave our area until Monday afternoon. So it's not going to be the prettiest of weekends, I would say.
No, not at all. We're going to have to deal with just rain, wind. It's going to be a bit of a mess, but we've been talking about it for about a week now, so I'm sure you're prepared. You have all of your gear together, your equipment, your snacks. You're ready to go if batteries,
yes,
all of that if you have to deal with a power outage. And again, on a serious note though, if you do live in a flood-prone area, I cannot say this enough times, you need to find somewhere else to stay during the duration of this event just in case. It's just not worth the risk, okay?
Yeah, you know your area can flood, and you know what? This is not one of those, let's just hope it doesn't happen. You know what? Be prepared for it to happen. All right, in the meantime, send us your photos, videos, of course, if it is safe to do so. We would love for you to be the eyes and ears across our area. So share your photos and videos with us by using the hashtag StormTrack2. Your reports help us see what is happening in every corner of our area. You can also send the videos and the pictures to the email you see right there on the bottom of your screen. It's myphotos@WFMY.com. We have more team coverage coming up on WFMY News 2 at 11. We'll have extended coverage. Also, we'll have another update on Florence in just about 40 minutes from now on the main channel and also here on Facebook and on WFMYnews2.com. Until then, be safe, everyone, and please plan accordingly.